are they calling that? FCS? Conference USA.
No, Trent quit, guys. It's the only way I can say it. And I don't even really know the whole story. We had a half-hour conversation yesterday, and then I got a long email that he's got some things going on, and he's done with this show. So, yeah, I trust me, guys, I did not fire him. I wasn't intending on fire him. I kind of need him right now, and he took the opportunity of getting delivered a triple and getting, I don't know, picked off on third. So I guess I was too hard on him. He couldn't handle criticism. I just demand more from this show. And I think you can't bullshit a bullshitter. And I could see a lot of the stuff he was doing was not in stats, was not in facts, was speaking in a lot of cliches. And I can see through that. And I know you guys tend to. And I'm rooting for him. I like the kid a lot. I did not fire him. I want that to be perfectly clear to the people in this audience. He quit. And fortunately, Jake can help me out for a couple of hours, but he can't quit his day job as much as I'd like him to. I'd hire him right now. I'll tell you flat out. I think he does a good job. Tell Michael you're going to start coming in at 10:15.
I don't even think I'm going to ask about Tuesdays, if I'm being completely honest.
Oh, about 8:15?
I think I'm just going to show up at 8:15. Pay me more.
Funny.
Oh. See, I can make another joke about the good stuff, but I know for a fact I might be the only person in your audience that would get the reference.
Maybe. It's all right. You can bring us younger. You can get us young. You can make us younger, Jacob.
Because another one of their members had a big cheating scandal on the internet invitational last year.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller.
Top of the morning to you, Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. It is officially and undeniably a football Friday. Fired up. We made it, everyone. The football season is upon us. No more of this preseason crap. No more of this FCS stuff. Real football tomorrow. Yeah, it's week 0. No, there's not a lot of good games, but there is football that matters. Good morning. Welcome to the Friday edition of the show. Great show lined up for you. We will talk with Pat Kirwan for 2 segments in the 8 o'clock hour. Joe Zagaki, the voice of the Canes, will join us in the 8 o'clock hour. We've been trying to preview the top teams in college over the course of the past few days, and we'll continue that with some Miami Hurricanes talk. This morning, riding shotgun, at least for a couple of hours, is Jacob Miller, who has been thrust into duty. I was informed quite late last night that Trent is no longer able to do the show. Kind of left us in the lurch. Fortunately, Jake was able to pick up the slack for me today. What that means going forward, I have no idea. I have to be brutally honest. There are some things going on, but we will worry about that another day. Today, we will just talk some college football, some NFL football, and get ready for the start of the season. Good morning, young lad. How are you, sir?
Morning, Pops. We're doing good. A little more than 24 hours away, but you can smell it in the air. Trying to think of what I'm going to grill this weekend for week 0. I mean,
I like it. It's a great point. I'm doing ribs for the record. I bought some ribs the other day. They're in the fridge staring at me. So we'll slap a rub on those suckers tonight and get ready to grill those tomorrow, or smoke those would be a better way of saying it. But good call. Way to remind me. I like that. All right. I want to start with college football and eligibility, because the ACC yesterday followed suit of the Big 12, which followed suit of the SEC, which followed suit of the Big 10, saying fifth-year players that went and tried out for an NFL team can't play. Well, guess what? That was short-lived, because a judge in Dallas said the SEC can't do that. I mean, they lose again. And the judge's order, signed yesterday afternoon, prohibits the NCAA, the SEC, and Commissioner Greg Sankey from stopping athletes from returning to college sports for one or more seasons of play. This is fascinating to me, because I thought possibly there was a chance that the conferences, Jacob, were the last way to fix what people don't like about college sports. The transfer portal rules, the salary cap, all of those things. Now, there's still a chance that this SCORE Act that is on the Hill could get passed by the Senate when they return to session in September. But it was never 100% going to pass in the House. And most don't think that it will. So that means we've got midterms. When this thing gets back up from a bill standpoint, I have no idea. And I thought maybe the conferences were, as I described them yesterday, the HOAs here in Florida, where their rules are above all. This judge is saying no, but before the show, you mentioned a couple of things. Okay, the judge said no, but what about?
I mean, yeah, so the 50-50 rule in the SEC, where apparently they're going to suspend the head coach 50% of the games, $1 million fine, is, let's see if that works. Bud Elliott, I kind of like his theory right now. It's a little bit out there that this is all posturing, that the reason the Big Ten and the SEC did this is to push that bill forward. The problem is it ain't going anywhere. They put too much in that bill, in my opinion, to get it passed. But I'm with you. I thought the conferences were the last chance of actually policing this thing. We might not know till week 1 how well this is going to work, because Texas has a guy that was on a roster. Looks like LSU is going to have one now.
And quickly, the 50-50 is what for every game that what they deem an ineligible player plays, the coach is suspended for 50% of those games, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So think about that for a moment, and think about the fine. I think the fine, the coaches want to coach, but how long before they try to press that issue? But I know these universities seemingly are just made of money. And even though LSU, Louisiana is one of the more fascinating institutions in the country, because Louisiana's schools are broke. The university system doesn't have a ton of money, but they yet can still find however much money they need for the football program. Kind of warped, but that's the world we live in. That's not for us to discuss. But if you start hitting them with $1 million fines, are the oil boosters just going to say, hey, here's another $1 million, go get them? Or are they going to say, Lane, don't play the guy? I don't know, because the point you make, Jake, about the 50-50 and the fine, okay, I can't stop the player from playing, but I can enforce rules to the schools and coaches if they do play. So I'm so confused by this, because I'm with you. I thought the conferences were the last group to police this. I thought maybe this was the way. I've never been a big fan of government intervention in damn near anything, so I certainly didn't want it in college sports. But maybe Andrew Brandt, who was on our show over a month ago, was right. Maybe that's the only way we can fix this, because it certainly looks that every time they try to fix it internally, there's a judge that tells them they're wrong.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing is all of these programs, coaches, GMs, whoever is making that decision to take this to the courts, they can find a judge that will say what they want them to say. It doesn't matter what school it is, what state they're in, Louisiana being the best example, because that state does whatever they can for LSU.
Well, and Texas has been the same way. This was a Dallas judge here. They had the judge that turned the Sorsby case for Texas Tech. It is football in Texas.
Yeah.
I mean, we already knew how big it was. 2 shows, a show about a geek and then a revamped show about that geek as a kid. Football is still a big part of it because where are they based out of? Texas. I mean, it's whether it's fictional or based in fact, it is football in Texas. So no, you're right. They're able to get the judges to turn however they want. And I will say this, as far as this last one with the eligibility, I understand why the players who sued won. Like, it actually made sense.
It does.
If you're allowing everybody to now have 5 years, why don't these guys get 5 years? How do you put a barrier on it? So I fully realized why they were going to win, but I thought there would be a way that signing that NFL contract would trump some of that stuff. And it apparently does not.
And I will say, and it's on me for not seeing how the other 3 conferences has phrased it. I do like how the SEC at least phrased how they're going to enforce this, because it's all sports, all professional leagues. That's the way this needs to be governed. We still come back to the same problem. They can just find a judge and fight it.
And it started this actually started in basketball. This was the G League guys coming back and playing. We have 2 WNBA players that are doing it. So it's not just football. And
Will Wade, I think like 6 guys on that roster are former G League players for LSU's basketball team.
And so, LSU, I think, looks bad to a lot of us. But if you're an LSU fan, here's what if you're a Georgia fan, they're not really doing this. Florida's not doing it. But let me ask, if Florida State went out right now and signed a bunch of guys that were on pro rosters, if you were a Noel, would you be mad? You're expected to win 5-6 games this year. We look at college sports, most of us, and if I'm wrong, stop me, but I think most of us look at college sports 2 ways. We look from the 35,000-foot view at the entire sport, but then we look at our team. And we have a different set of glasses when we look at the whole sport than when we look at our team. I've watched people in the chat room defend things that I don't think they would defend if it were for someone else or for another conference. So it's one of the things that makes college football great. It really is. Our passion for our team is unprecedented. And I know the pro football fan is that way in certain markets. I understand their passion, but I don't think it's to the level of what college football is. And we see it every week. And when we come back on the other side, and we still got a couple of minutes, I'll prove it with some work that was done by covers.com that shows you just how passionate the college football fan is. That coming up in a bit. Starting 5, about 25 minutes away. We've got Joe Zagaki. We've got Pat Kirwan. Jake's helping out for about 5 segments. For those of you who are asking, Trent abruptly resigned from working from the show late last night. And we are moving forward. The show's still called Miller and Moulton for a reason. David resigned a while back. He, obviously, for those of you that know, are well aware. I know people jump back and forth, but David is in just too much pain. David's been fighting cancer. We speak almost every day. He's had a couple of rough weeks, so it's not been every day recently, but we speak pretty much every day, and I obviously miss him. It's funny when you spend 20 years talking to a guy for 4 hours. It's like, where's my guy? But so David resigned abruptly because of cancer. Trent resigned. That's all there is to it. I've got some opportunities for some other folks. In the meantime, Jake's going to give us what he can. I think you're going to see a little bit more of Seth. Seth and I actually had dinner last night. He was taking his daughter to college. And as Seth has mentioned, he did that with his ex-wife. And after 2 days with his ex-wife and then putting the daughter in the dorms, last night was her first night officially in college. He's like, the hell am I going to do here? You want to meet me somewhere for dinner? So Seth and I told some stories, had some laughs, sent David a picture, and had a good night last night. Good show lined up. Talk a lot of football today. We will get, I don't know if my playoff predictions are going to come out. I'm not there yet, but I know young Jacob is ready to at least give you who he thinks the 12 playoff teams will be. We will get to that. We will get to a couple of other things that are non-sports that entertain Jake and I. The magic numbers are 1 and 12. And I don't know, quite frankly, next week if I'm going to continue with doing the magic numbers. Like, we're here now. Do we really need to press on since we're playing college football? But to finish with number 12 is a pretty damn good number to finish with.
It's a great number.
It really is.
We were talking before. I mean, it might be the best quarterback number of all time.
Without question. I'm right there with you. Without question. Just the retired numbers alone. And there's a few jerseys they haven't retired, but they're not really in circulation, if you know what I mean. Miller and Moulton. We're gonna curse when we come back. I promise you.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. Capecops.com. Be brave, be best. Be Cape.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
You can share your thoughts wherever you'd like, Paula. It's whether I mean, guys, I got to be brutally honest here. I love you guys, and you guys are the backbone of this show. But there are times when you guys kind of try to tell me how I'm supposed to do a radio show. And I kind of laugh because I have done this for 20 years. A little more than that, actually, because I did it before I worked with David, and I did it in North Carolina before I moved to Florida. And I did a lot of it solo. I can do this solo. It's just easier, much easier, to have someone to bounce things off of. And I you know, as far as Trent's concerned, look, I think you guys all know this because I've said it. I've known his father since I was 17 years old. He walked out on the show 2 days ago. He walked out at 9:15 with no explanation. I've got to go, and he left. If that was any other human being on earth, he would not have been doing the show on Thursday. I would have fired him. Anybody else. I didn't because I like him a lot, and I know his family. He was not prepared. He did not have facts to back up what he wanted to say. He talked in circles. I tried to help him. It was a bunch of cliches. I'm sorry. Like, you want me to be honest? I'll be really honest because I'm disappointed. This is basically an extra inning game. He got to start on second base with a show that's been here for 20 years. You find another 26-year-old that gets that kind of an opportunity. So you guys can stick up for him and tell me I was mean and all those things. And maybe they're true, but I demand this show to be good. Demand. And if he were to screw up, the guy sitting right here, I'd fire his ass too, and he knows it. So I'm sorry, but I'm not happy about this at all. So I should send you this. Go to covers.com on your phone.
Okay.
I think, or actually just here, look this up. Might be easier. Most vulgar fan bases.
Cover. Yep. Mississippi State.
There you go. Okay.
Yeah. Just saw a video of Goose again. Apparently the cops came on the stage and they just kept going.
They just kept
I hadn't
playing.
seen that yet.
They just kept playing. The
That's
crowd's
awesome.
bouncing. There and he just starts shredding. And I don't know who they are. I don't know the names, but the lead singer that plays guitar, he just starts shredding.
Yeah.
And he's just looking at the cop, just like, yeah, whatever.
That's awesome. Wow. I can tell you right now, I disagree with these rankings.
I understand. But I absolutely love that this was done.
I got to get to the SEC because of
I disagree. Like, Jake, you're gonna like yeah.
Like, how's Tennessee not won?
Well, there you go. there you go.
I mean, I don't care who you ask.
Right. No.
Tennessee. Like, ECU being 10th in the American's a joke. We're terrible.
Paul, I have to be honest. I pay so little attention. I don't know. I haven't even seen that because Mariner had a problem. I mean, one of the Collier County schools had a problem. It is just.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, a football Friday. Always was a lot more fun to say it after David did, but I had to get one out. It just felt like it was necessary today. Jake Miller sitting in with me this morning. Jacob Miller, which one do you actually like?
As I've gotten older, I think I've started going back to Jake a lot more.
Yeah, you were at a long run where you were Jacob.
Jacob, yeah. And then, I don't know, college, I wanted to go by Jake. And then, unfortunately, my friend group had 5 other Jacobs in it. So that made it hard.
I will say, and just a quick little family history here, Jacob is my son, for those that don't know. And his mom and his mother's maiden name was Jacobs. This wasn't just naming Jake because... And then you name your son your, at the time, wife's maiden name, and you think it's pretty cool. His middle name is my mother's maiden name. And so he's got 3 last names, essentially. And we thought that was cool. But all of a sudden, when those lists come out of what's the most popular name for that year that he was born, and like the next 5, Jacob was at the top of the list. So not only do you have Miller, one of the, 5 or 6 most common last names in America, you also have the most common first name. Have you met any other Jake Millers yet?
No, I had a Justin Miller in my grade, which always threw people off, but I don't know if I've met another Jake Miller. I've met plenty of Millers.
I actually know 5 other Mark Millers. I went to college with one. He and I both went to Europe together. Now, we both had different nicknames. I was Woody. He was Meat. So we never called by her name. There was a DJ in my home on the rock station, WWCK 105.5, baby, out of Flint playing rock and roll. There was a DJ that was Mark Miller. But yeah, I've come across a few. You'll meet a few. Trust me.
Oh, I'm sure.
With Jake being as popular a name as it was. One other thing that's really popular is vulgarity. That's a transition for you, everybody. But I found a story yesterday that cracked me up. I think it is way off base. I really do. But I loved that they did it. Covers.com has a story about the most vulgar college football fan bases. And their methodology is pretty good. They evaluated thousands of posts on Reddit across every FBS college football program. To create their proprietary vulgarity score, they didn't run a basic word count. They factored in frequency of profanity per 10,000 words, average number of swear words per comment, density of angry and vulgar emojis, overall negative sentiment in the fan text. And then they were normalized on a 1 to 10 scale, 10 meaning your fan base is swearing up a storm, 1 means they are strictly fan friendly. Now, I'm going to give you the overall, and then we'll jump into the SEC, because that's where I see big problems. But overall, the most and I'm so proud of this school for doing it. Overall, the most vulgar fan base in football are the Bulldogs. Not the Georgia Bulldogs, the Mississippi State Bulldogs. At least they win at something, Jake.
Yep. They got to have something to hang their hat on because they're not even the best school in their sorry state.
Right. Arkansas, number 2 nationally. Louisville, number 3. Now there's some shock to this. Wyoming, number 4. Who knew? Jacksonville State in Conference USA, number 5. San Diego State, number 6. Really? Have you been to San Diego? How can you be angry in that town? I mean, unless you can't afford to live there, which I get. Then Purdue, which makes very little sense to me. Texas Tech, welcome to the big time. Arizona State, and the Broncos from Western Michigan. On the other end, Sacramento State in the Mid-American is the least vulgar college fan base. Most of these are smaller schools. I'll give you the big boys. Clemson comes in at number 3. Wow, that was a bit of a surprise to me. But maybe Dabo, with all of his preaching over the years, has got the fan base to be a little better. Wait, Dabo, not only are you helping young men become good people, you're helping your fans to be less vulgar. Syracuse 4, NC State 6, BYU is 8. Thought they'd be a little higher on the non-swear list. But by conference, let's go to the SEC. Let's go to the conference that is football. I mean, I'm a Big Ten guy. I'm a Big Ten grad, but come on. The SEC, top to bottom, if you've experienced Saturdays, and I've been to, let's see, Northwestern, Ohio State, Michigan, and Michigan State for games. So I've been to 4 Big Ten venues, and Northwestern really doesn't count. I was in Columbus when my Spartans, my freshman year, beat Ohio State. So I saw vulgarity at a very, very high level that day. Michigan fans, I never thought were vulgar. Like I never found Michigan fans to be that. They're obnoxious, but
wine and cheese.
Yeah, they're not, I kind of, not education-wise, but like Old Miss with the Grove. Michigan's a little hoity, if you know what I mean. But the SEC, and I've been to games at Georgia, I've been to games at South Carolina, I've been to LSU, I've been to Vanderbilt. There are plenty more that I've been to Florida. There are plenty more I want to get to. But I just think from a fandom standpoint, the SEC, their fans are more nuts than Big Ten fans. And I mean that as a compliment. I truly do. All right. Mississippi State 1, Arkansas 2, LSU 3.
That's the first one I agree with on the list. They're as much as I love LSU's fan base, they're rowdy.
Oklahoma 4. I can see it on message boards because they yell about Texas a lot. So that might be where the vote's there. Auburn 5. They're angry. You think about it, their 2 biggest rivals are Alabama, who they are constantly chasing and can't catch. And they also hate Georgia a lot. And Georgia's become the new Alabama. So I can see where the Auburn fans angry.
They're a nasty bunch too.
Tennessee 6. Really thought they'd be closer to 1.
They should be 1.
Like I've been to a bunch of Georgia-Tennessee games in Athens. I have never been to Neyland Stadium. It is a bucket list place that I desperately want to go see a game at. Nothing against their fans. Love the setup of the stadium on the river. But the Tennessee fan base is an interesting bunch.
It's, they're nasty.
Right. Georgia's next. And by the way, your reputation,
we're
isn't
awful.
very good either.
No,
I mean,
we're
you
terrible.
do bark at people.
I was about to say, we drink Jack Daniels and Coca-Cola and bark at 10-year-old kids.
Right. Vanderbilt 8 stunned me. I thought they'd be at the bottom of the list. The Aggies are 9. And the cult down there in College Station, I'm not going to comment on one way or another. They scare me a little bit. South Carolina 10. Okay. Missouri 11. The Gators 12 out of 16.
No way. Unless they've all just checked out because of how bad they've been.
That's what I chalked this up to. And I don't know how many years back they went, but I'm guessing they just went back a year. And the Gator fan base was so apoplectic of what's going on. I can see where that might be the case. But I remember when I was in college, and obviously it's 100 years ago, but Michigan State was playing Florida State. And I've told this before that, Deion ran wild in the second half. They were awesome. And it was actually cool to see. We actually went to the game to see how good Florida State was. I honestly did. It was either my first senior year or my second senior year. I don't remember which senior year it was. I had a couple. And the fans, there was a couple fans, and they were pretty obnoxious. We're right by where we were sitting. And the lady looked at me and she goes, "You think we're bad? You should see the Florida fans." And that was my first comment ever about a Florida fan. So I was surprised to see Florida 12, Alabama 13, Texas, they seem a little hoity. I'm not surprised. 14, Kentucky 15. It's football, not basketball. And Ole Miss, which makes all the sense in the world because think about in the last year, it's as good at what do they have to be angry about? It's the up until Lane leaving, they're as happy as they've ever been. But yeah, this is the vulgar conference fan base for college football done by covers.com. Fun little read. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. We've got to get to the best 12s that ever played. That could take up the whole show if we wanted it to. It is an amazing list, but we are 12 days away from the NFL season, 1 day away from the beginning of the college football season. Jake will make some predictions on college football. I don't know if I'm ready on this Friday. I'd planned on doing it next week, but we got kind of twisted and turned around with what's going on with the show. Pat Kirwan to join us at 8 o'clock to talk the NFL, and we'll talk the Miami Hurricanes with the one and only Joe Zagaki at the bottom of the 8 o'clock hour. Starting fives next.
Buying or selling a home? Put a local expert to work for you. I'm Mark Miller with McWilliams Buckley, and I believe real estate is about more than transactions. It's about helping people make the right move, from pricing your home to negotiating the best deal. I'll be with you every step of the way. Call or text me today, 239-425-5582. That's 239-425-5582. Experience, local knowledge, and a personal difference. That's what I'll bring to the table.
The Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 133251.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Apparently, Nick Chubb's really good at golf.
Yeah?
Yeah, he played with Aaron yesterday. Murray. Oh, I did see the poll question. Yes, I'm a grill guy. I'm a charcoal grill guy through and through. Although I will hear the argument for the cast iron pan as someone that owns.
I'm just telling you, a hamburger in a cast iron pan's better. It just is.
As someone that has some Lodge cast iron cookware from probably the 60s, I'm proud of my cast iron. I did like our boy from VA, ribeyes and crab cakes for Saturday. That's not a bad combo.
I can't wait to have a steak.
I know.
It could be. It could. We have 2 at the club I play at, Dano. We literally, so there's another Mark Miller, better golfer than me, probably a nicer guy. Not even probably. Mark's a great dude. He's a Navy vet. Great flipping guy. So when I joined, he was already a member. So whenever a tee time comes, my middle initials there. So I'm always Mark A. Miller. And all of the guys Mark A. They all do that because of it, but that's how they had to separate us. But it was funny when I first joined, he was still coming back and forth to wherever he was living at the time. And he would get the occasional cocktail put on his tab when he wasn't here because I just said Mark Miller and they kept putting it on his tab. It was fantastic. But in a tournament we had, it was a big tournament, fun tournament they have at the club. He and I played together. They paired us. Oh my gosh. How do you do? What do you just send me?
I figured that it might be, well, I guess it'll be too late. It's Friday.
Here's what you missed, Javier. Trent quit. Yesterday, the poll question was about burgers, pan-fried or grilled. And people really were upset that you weren't here because you're the chef and we wanted your opinion. And people are like, where's Javier with his opinion on this? And I'm guessing you're going cast iron over grill for just in fact, the burger I had last night, while a good burger at the Big Top Brewery in Sarasota, was grilled.
Yep, Javier, cast iron.
They must have had an open flame, not because you could tell with the grill marks, and it also it was a pre-made patty, and which most places have. I know that, but I don't know about herbs, but I definitely would agree with you on the butter. Because well, butter's wonderful.
Butter's great. What's your opinion on smash burgers?
Love them.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Love them. One, you can make them a lot faster.
Yes.
And 2, if done right with the cheese, you got layers of meltiness.
Yeah.
To put condiments on.
I like a juicy burger.
Okay, fair. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
And since I've got to burn all the meat that I eat right now. That'd be about right, Deadstroke. That sounds about right.
I'm with you, Javier. If the onions are good, if it's a good cheese, good pickles and stuff, it can be good. But I'd rather have a real burger.
All right. Oh, come on, Goo. We've got like 10 seconds before we go live. Here's the duck.
Ooba!
Duck.
Hey.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. I've got to say, one of the things about, and Jake, my son, doing the show with me this morning, which is fantastic. I love it. But one of the things that I do find funny about this whole family dynamic I have working from home is there are a couple of things here. One, the daughter comes up and she can say hi to her brother really quickly. But Jake noticed that we have a little handshake. And he got a little upset. He's like, what is this? You guys have a handshake? And basically what he was saying is, we don't have a handshake. You have one with her and you don't have one with me. You feel slighted, don't you?
A little bit. I was more impressed right there with the timing of the handshake because the snap was right as the music started. I thought that was, you couldn't have done that better.
But the other part of it is that, she tries to tell her brother all the time that she's the favorite child, which puts me in a tough spot because I have to lie to both of them and say they're both the favorite.
She's definitely the smarter of the two.
Well, there's no doubt there. And we are going to, Jake and I, whatever happens with Jake in the show is irrelevant. We are on Thursday nights going to do a pick'em. We're going to have 5 games. It's going to be Jake. It's going to be myself. It's going to be my daughter. And the kicker now that the daughter's added, she has a couple of little wrinkles that she's going to add to this to really drive her brother crazy. But more importantly, she is back to having spelling words this year in 7th grade. And at the end of the picks, she is going to give each of her brother and father a spelling word, and we'll see just how dumb we are. I'm hoping to get one.
I told you last night, I don't think I'll get a single one. The over-under for me is 0.5. And I'd still take the under.
But I adore everybody that listens to the show. You have no idea how important you all are to me, whether you listen on the radio, whether you listen on Twitch, whether you're on YouTube, whether you download the podcast. But one of Maddie's school friends, her dad listens. And I met him her first year at the school at a daddy-daughter dance. He came up and said hello, which was really nice because I didn't know any of the dads. And they've all been going to school together. These guys all know one another. And he came and introduced myself, told me, listen to the show. He's a really good guy. Well, this summer, people noticed while I was doing the show back from home that my daughter was making me breakfast every morning. She was making eggs, some toast, and I was getting breakfast delivered. He told his daughter, who is my daughter's friend at school, how come Maddie's dad gets breakfast every morning? Why aren't you making me breakfast? So Maddie had to get up this morning and instruct her friend how to make scrambled eggs so that he could get dinner or he could get breakfast. So I like to see how we're influencing others with this show. Time now for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is The Starting Five.
All right, we will start with baseball. Washington 7-1 over Colorado. Dalen Lyle, 3 hits, solo home run. Keibert Ruiz hit a 2-run home run, and the Nats pound Colorado to earn a split in the 4-game series. St. Louis beats Baltimore 7-5. Rookie Blaze Jordan had a 3-run home run. He left the game with an injury, but still had the big hit. Houston beats up on the Yankees 5-1. Hayden Wozniacki pitched 5 innings. Christian Walker hit a 2-run homer off of Garrett Cole, and the Astros get the win in the game and the series. Wozniacki was drafted by the Yanks, traded to the Cubs, had Tommy John, and wins in his 6th start since returning from the surgery on the 29th. The other little kicker for this game, the first 18,000 fans got George Costanza bobbleheads on Seinfeld night in the Bronx. The Yanks are 4 back of Tampa. Houston leads the Rangers by a game in the AL West. Kansas City behind Jack Caglione, the former Gator, had a career night, as a matter of fact. He had a home run. He had 5 hits. He had 6 ribbies. And the Royals, who have been playing fantastic baseball lately, beat Toronto 13-2. Milwaukee behind their ace, Mizorowski, won his 3rd consecutive start, pitched 6 innings, and the Brewers topped the Mets 8-2 in the decisive game in that series. Jackson Chourio goes 4 for 5, a pair of 2-run home runs, and a stolen base for good measure. The Brew Crew have won 8 of 11. Mizorowski surrendered 2 runs on 2 hits, walked 2, struck out 6. He leads the majors with a 1.73 ERA, 222 strikeouts, and he's given up 2 runs or fewer in 15 of his 25 starts this season. But the story in baseball last night was in Atlanta. The old man got it done. Chris Sale. Wow, what a performance. And I missed most of it. I was listening on the radio, caught the 9th inning at home. His first complete game in 7 years. And the Braves, who get a first pitch leadoff home run from Drake Baldwin. It's the only run they needed. 1-0. Sale allows 5 hits, 0 walks. Goes the distance for the first time since June 5th, 2019. It was just the 9th complete game shutout of the year. Sale threw 109 pitches, and in the 9th, had a base runner, thought they had a double play. It was overturned after a long review, and then Sale said, I don't care. I'm just going to mow the next guy down. Alex Call was on base, and he struck out on 3 pitches.
Turn back the clock about 15 years there.
He's amazing, and without injury, it would be a no-brainer that he's a Hall of Famer, a no-brainer. And he's still going to have a hell of a shot.
Yeah, great pitcher.
He really is. Former FGCU Eagle. San Francisco 6-1 over Arizona. The loss drops the D-backs 1.5 games behind San Diego for that final wild card entry. Tampa Bay yesterday, good day for the Rays. The council in the city voted 4-3 to approve its $80 million share of the $2.36 billion project at Hillsborough College Dale Mayberry campus. The vote cleared the city's portion of the financing. Today, Hillsborough County votes. They were much more bullish on the county. I expect this to get done today. Way to go, Tampa. NFL preseason, 4 games last night. Bills beat the Steelers 28-27. Cleveland 37-13 over New England. Their third string quarterback there, that Gilbert guy, threw 3 touchdowns. San Francisco 18-12 over Vegas, and the Rams beat the Chargers 20-18. Other NFL news, Green Bay's running back Josh Jacobs finally charged 2 misdemeanors after he allegedly got violent with his girlfriend during an altercation earlier this year. It was back in May when they began quarreling in their Wisconsin home. The woman accused Jacobs of talking to other girls. That's usually where these things start. The Packers also signed Jonnu Smith to a 1-year deal. He had spent the last 4 seasons with 4 different teams last year in Pittsburgh. Leonard Williams gets a ring. Now he gets paid. 3-year, $90 million extension for the 32-year-old defensive tackle. The Colts activated Alec Pierce off the PUP list. It'll clear him to practice and get him ready for their season opener against Baltimore. The Rams traded for Tutu Atwell. Sean McVay said it has nothing to do with a possible suspension for Puka Nacua. Nacua was involved in some off-field incidents of which he's accused of biting a woman in the shoulder.
Different strokes for different folks.
Hey, I'm not even going to go there. I don't know who's listening right now. But there are biters out there. I'm just telling you,
Yes, there are.
Be careful, Jacob. Be very, very careful.
I don't know what you're talking about.
The ACC passed a resolution Thursday banning professionals from returning to college in football. They did it for men's and women's basketball, joining the other Power 4 conferences. However, yesterday, a Dallas judge prohibited the SEC and the NCAA from stopping a group of athletes for returning for one more season of college ball. 41 players listed as plaintiffs on the restraining order, including 3 players that are currently with NFL teams. We'll see how this all settles. And just what we needed, everyone, another bowl game. It's been gone for a decade, but it's back. The San Diego Credit Union Poinsettia Bowl will return to college football. It will feature a team from the revamped Pac-12 against a team from the ACC, Big 12, or Big 10. All we know is that there won't be an SEC team there.
Thank God.
A bad day for good golf, which, by the way, I was thinking about this. You don't play golf without at least one good being said. You know, sometimes it's just two footers, good. Sometimes it's two guys that are 8 feet for par and good, and you laugh. So I think the name, just for what it's worth, and their logo is excellent. The guy who runs the company, maybe not so much, because after the controversy of their ad with their new Callaway driver, and they teamed up with Callaway. It's a Callaway driver with the good logo on it. It's a $600 driver. I mean, this is no chump change club. So Callaway cut ties yesterday with the YouTube group Good Golf following their advertisement, which the woman goes to touch the driver and the man shoves her to the ground and stands over her and says, "Don't touch my driver." They were spoofing a movie Obsession. No one got the joke. So Callaway released a statement saying they feel badly. They gave $1 million to charities that help violence against help women who have violence against them. They also said that they are going to look into their own company to try to fix however this got through to get approved. And then after that happened, Good Golf is stepping away from the title sponsorship of a PGA Tour event in November. I think they were told they had to. I think they didn't want the PGA to kick them out. But the PGA, in a statement, said the PGA Tour believes in golf's ability to bring people together and create a welcoming environment for all. Speaking of the PGA Tour, Minwoo Lee made his first trip to the Tour Championship. Pretty good one. Bogey-free, 8 under, 60 deuce. Matched his career low on tour and gives him a 2-shot lead. Hovland, Morikawa got her up. Our 2-back, Scotty, as 3-back in the Tour Championship. And there, at 9 minutes before the hour, was your starting 5. 5 big stories you needed to know here on Miller and Moulton. You golf. You're not good at it, but you love it.
Yes.
You're trying desperately, like all of us, to be better at the game. But you're young. I mean, obviously, you're 30 years younger than I am. So were you aware of good golf before this? Because I know you watched the Barstool guys. What are they called?
Foreplay,
right.
Spit Chicklets does golf stuff.
But Foreplay's the big golf pod.
Yes.
And Spit and Chicklets does stuff. But so you're more in tune with that world than I am. Is good golf prior to them being idiots? Was this something that you watched because they've got over 3 million followers. So it's no joke.
I've seen a couple of their videos. I didn't gravitate towards them, more of a Bob Does guy. But they are extremely popular. They've had a ton of big names. Barstool and Bob does the Internet Invitational. They were a big part of it in year one. One of their members had we call it Slope Gate. Still wondering if he had his slope on his rangefinder or not. But yeah, I mean, they're top 3 in the YouTube golf space.
Right. And I mean, it is help. The YouTube golf space is doing a lot for the sport. Our audience is older. I know we're still on radio. We're not a podcast only show. We skew a little bit older. We are in markets that are a little bit older, but we're in big golf markets, but our golf markets don't necessarily care about the new wave of fans coming in. Not that they dislike them. It's just not something most of them are into. You understand the growth of the game. It's why I've been so impressed. DeChambeau jumped at it. He's like, hey, I'm going here. I'm going in this space. And he's built up a hell of a brand for himself. But whether he was on the coattails of others or they were on him, Barstool's stuff that they're doing for golf, the good stuff up until this. I mean, there's a market there that has a lot of people watching the game, and the game is getting younger people playing. So I'm curious of how the fallout from this, because this could crush good golf. Yeah. I mean, it could.
It could, and especially since that's more kind of a family-friendly channel.
And they changed it to that on purpose.
Yes. I mean, Brad Dalkey that was on it, he's a very, God-fearing man, very good person by all accounts. And like you said, this is impressionable on people younger than me. I mean, it makes it to where a 10-year-old kid goes, hey, golf's kind of cool.
So we'll see if the fallout from Good continues, but obviously they were going to sponsor a tour event. That's no small joke. They were tied in with Callaway. It's one of the biggest brands in the sport. And now they are kind of left out in the lurch. When we come back, we'll talk some college football. Time to start putting pen to paper and telling you who's going to make the playoff. Jake will give us his predictions next.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller & Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller & Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest. Now try the best. Miller & Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
Buying or selling a home? Put a local expert to work for you. I'm Mark Miller with McWilliams Buckley, and I believe real estate is about more than transactions. It's about helping people make the right move, from pricing your home to negotiating the best deal. I'll be with you every step of the way. Call or text me today, 239-425-5582. That's 239-425-5582. Experience, local knowledge, and a personal difference. That's what I'll bring to the table.
This is Miller & Moulton.
I am very curious of your answer to that question, Jacob. Did he get his Southern accent from his mother? I don't think his mother has much of a Southern accent. You're on mute. Hang on. Oh, there we go. Sorry.
Yeah, she doesn't have much of one. She has a slight one.
Right. Where did yours come from?
Cousins and kind of who I hung out with.
I would say the North Carolina educational system.
Yeah, I'd say just being up here. Nice callback from Dead Street from last week that put my punishment if I lose is I have to get a girlfriend.
That was pretty funny.
You're now your public enemy number one.
That's really well played.
Think you're funny, don't you?
Diner. I don't even did Gateway. Oh, okay, near 4. Okay, all right. Now I know where you're talking.
I almost sent it to you. There was a cool video from the 80s that was going around ECU Twitter, and they used to have pig pickings in the stadium the week before the season started. Like guys driving in from all over, 900 smokers.
Really?
Yeah, it was pretty cool. I didn't even know about that. I was like, why don't we do that still? mean, I'd argue this is the best Southern barbecue state. We do pigs better than anybody. I think ECU's gonna fight for the American. Everyone speaks highly about the quarterback they announced yesterday. We'll see. I kind of like the kid from Miami better, but oh, that's awesome.
No, it's in Ireland.
Dublin.
It's in Dublin, Ireland, ambient.
Plus, you couldn't pay me to go to Chapel Hill. Well, I was there for the regional, but Chapel Hill stinks.
Brian, you went to ECU? You're a pirate?
Arg. Purple. We'll say, Brian, if you're an ECU guy, pumped for baseball this year. Think we're going to be really good. Two glorious party field. Yeah. Hard to have a bad time in the Ville.
Playing golf with an ECU grad today.
Brian, were you a PB's 519 or the attic guy? Tuscaloosa. I've never even heard of that. Dead streak, no. Too many pitching changes. They could change the rules a million times, but when you... Yeah, just too many pitching changes. All right, you're an attic guy. All right. Heard great stories about the attic. TKE. Yes. And they still leave at halftime.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Football Friday edition of the show. Jake Miller riding shotgun today. Happy he could help us out for a couple of hours. Pat Kirwan, an hour from now. Joe Zagaki, bottom of the 8 o'clock hour, to talk Miami Hurricanes football. We've got college football to talk about, and I'm going to let you give your playoff predictions in a moment. But I do want to stick just to the state of Florida for a moment and go through the 5 teams and simply talk over-unders. We'll start with the smallest conference, but one you pay attention to because you're a proud alum of East Carolina, and they're in the American where the South Florida Bulls play. Brian Hartline comes in. Obviously, I think it was a great get, but he's never been a head coach before. The players all left with Golish to go, a lot of players, I should say, to go to Auburn instead of South Florida. And I think the expectations are a little higher, at least to me, than what USF can deliver. They're over-under on the Hard Rock app. And now it's minus 145 to the under for what it's worth. So you're paying big juice to go under here. Plus 115 on the over is 8.5. I mean, they're non-con games. I guess they got FIU, they've got Delaware State, and they've got Bowling Green. They have Kent State as well. 4 non-conference games, 8 conference games in the American. So if they get the 4, can they go 5-3 in conference play? Well, they play at UTSA. That's one of the better teams in the conference. They play at Army, That's a tough game. Army, you heard yesterday, Steve Carney thought Army was better than Navy. They go to East Carolina. They play Memphis at home on a Thursday, and they go to FAU. They also have Tulane on their schedule, but they avoid Navy, but they do play some of the better teams. So 8-4, Jake, to me seems lofty. I'll go under this number simply because of all of the losses. And you have to remember that prior to what Alex Golish did, and he turned it around quickly and won a lot of games for them. They were 1-11, 2-10. This was a bad football team, and Golish really turned it around. So with the talent going to Auburn, I think Hartline, if he gets to a bowl, I actually would call that a successful season. I know Bulls fans don't think that way, and I understand why. You were spoiled last year, but I'm going to go under.
I'm under. I have them making a bowl. I have them going 6-6, but I have them going 3-5 in conference because of, like you said, Army, UTSA, I don't think has ever lost an American game in San Antonio. I don't think they're beating ECU. I don't think they're beating Tulane, even with a new coach. 6-6 is where I got them.
All right. UCF, the Knights, their over-under is 5.5. Can UCF make a bowl game? I think this is a big year for Frost and company. They went out and bought themselves a quarterback. They got the guy, JMU's quarterback. He's pretty good. He was hurt. They've from all accounts, they've never spent this much money on a football player. So they've got to do two things to me this year. One, they've got to get to a damn bowl game. Two, they got to figure out a way to finally win a game on the road. And I guess if I were to add a third, can they be good enough on the defensive line to not have all these Big 12 teams just run right through them? Defensively, they've been a mess. And teams have really taken advantage of that. I think they're going to go over. It's juice to the over, minus 140 on the over. But I think they're going bowling this year. And everybody knows I'm pretty critical of UCF. But Bethune-Cookman, Georgia State are non-conference games along with at Pitt. Now, that's a tough one. But they're road games. They're at Houston, probably a loss. At Oklahoma State, people think that's going to be the biggest turnaround in college football this year, by the way.
Yes.
Like 70 new guys, lots of money spent. We'll see. It doesn't work for everybody. But then they go to Kansas. That's a winnable game. They go to Colorado. That game could be for a bowl. They could be 5-6 going to Colorado. I think they'll be 6-6. I think they have a shot at 7 this year. I'm not bullish on them, but I think they're going to go bowling, so therefore I'm going to take over.
I got them missing a bowl. I think they start the season 2-2 with losses to Pitt and TCU. I think they lose 3 in a row with that TCU, Houston, Oklahoma State schedule. They're
right. Well,
4 because then they play BYU.
Right.
So, Arizona State's decent. I know Iowa State's going to be a mess this year, but it's going to be close. But I have them missing a bowl.
Yeah, they're home games. To your point, Jacob, if you're right, TCU's better than they are. Baylor, I would say, is probably equal, but BYU's better than they are. Arizona State, I think that's close this year because they're at a little bit of turnaround, but I still think Arizona State's probably a little better, and they're better than Iowa State. So of the two toss-up games, if you will, at home, can they win both? And they're going to need to.
They're going to need to.
All right. Now we talk about Florida State. The over-under is 6.5. It is juiced heavy on the under at 175 to the under, minus 175, plus 145 to the over. Jake, there's no way. There's no way.
I'm trying to pull up my predictor here. I have no faith in them right now. I think that team's mentally checked out. Yeah, I had them going 3-9.
Wow. He doesn't make Halloween if that's the case, but I'm with you on the under. All right, now the Gators. Kind of doing this in order of where they're supposed to be. Gators 7.5. Can they get to 8?
It's going to be hard work. When I was going through everything last night, I have them going anywhere from 10-2 and 7-5. So
Yeah, and I think 5-7. I don't think they will, but I think if everything goes wrong, they could be 5-7. If they did everything right, they could win 10 games. I think they have the widest variance of any team in the SEC.
Yes, going through it, you were exactly right. When I was trying to figure out, hey, what's the range of these teams? Florida was the biggest range. That O-line, if it's good, I think they're going to be pretty darn talented.
So 7.5.
I like the over.
I do too. And finally, Miami. Miami with the biggest expectations, with the highest over-under number, 10.5. They've got an easier, other than Clemson, they've got a pretty easy schedule. We know they go to Notre Dame, but they can lose to Notre Dame and still win 11. I think they're an 11-win team. I'm taking the over.
They should, at worst, go 11-1. At absolute worst. Now, the problem is they like to drop random games to Pitt and Syracuse. So as long as they avoid that.
It's the next hurdle for the Canes. I'm right there with you. And we'll talk to Joe Zagaki later on in the show about it. All right, I'm going to let you do it. If you've got them ready, fire at me your 12 playoff team. If you've got them in order, great. If they're random, but I'm putting your feet to the fire. Who's making the playoff in Jake Miller's world?
All right, a little at random here with my predictor. I didn't like how it was set up, but I think I got 5 locks for sure.
All right.
Ohio State, Georgia, Texas Tech, Notre Dame, and Miami, I think, are all in for sure. We'll throw Indiana in there as a 6th.
Okay, wait a minute. Ohio State, Georgia, Texas Tech, Miami, and who did I miss? Because that's 4.
Indiana.
That's 5.
And Notre Dame.
Okay. All right. So Notre Dame. All right. That's 6 locks. All right. So 6 left. Who's your group of 5 school that you're putting in?
Ended up being Boise State. I think easy conference, easy schedule. They should go 12-1.
All right. So that takes you to 7, which means, do you have any at-larges from either the Big 12 or the ACC?
I got one team from each in those conference. It's Texas Tech and Miami.
And that's it. Okay.
Yeah.
So I can round it out with your last 5.
This is where I could throw one more in there. I'm going to throw Utah instead of Texas, who I think might go 9-3 this year. So we'll go Utah. We'll go
Utah.
Oregon.
Wait a minute.
Or no, not Utah. Houston. Sorry.
So you think Houston's going to make it from the Big 12? Wow. Okay.
I like LSU. I like Oklahoma. I like Oregon, and I like Alabama.
So 5 SEC, 3 Big 10, if I've got that right.
Yes, correct. 2 Big 12, 1 ACC.
All right.
Notre Dame and Boise.
That's Houston?
I have like 6 teams at 10-2. Now, this is my list as of last night at 9:30. I guarantee you it will change by Monday.
All right. Well, I'll hold you to it. I will let you change next week on Tuesday if there is a big surprise. I've not done it. The only thing I know, the only thing I'm convinced of, and this should scare the hell out of you if you're a Notre Dame fan, because anybody that's listened to this show knows the one team that I usually root against more than any other is the Fighting Irish. I think they're playing for the national championship. I really do. The one area that people are concerned with, and Bud Elliott talked about it earlier this week on the show, do they have a receiver that can separate? It's your issue with the Dogs. That George, you're worried about their receivers. You look at Texas, they've got Cam Coleman,
right? And I can't remember the other
Coleman, they have Coleman, who this guy's legit. You know, I mean, you look at Ohio State, they might have 2. I mean, Jeremiah Smith's the best player, might be the best player in college football. Malachi Toney at Florida. I mean, there are guys out there that are not just players, that are special at the receiver position. And there are some really good quarterbacks. So do you have that guy? And I don't know, people are talking about Notre Dame maybe not having that guy, but I think they're well coached. They're great at both lines of scrimmage. So they'll still be able to run the ball despite losing both running backs from a year ago. CJ Carr's incredibly efficient. They have an easy schedule. They have 3 difficult games. They've only got to win 2. They've only got to really win 1. I think they'll win 2. I think they'll beat SMU at home. and probably win at BYU. And the Canes game's a toss-up. Notre Dame could be undefeated very easily. Georgia, you don't have Texas going, by the way.
9-3. I have them going 9-3.
See, I still think they've got a shot to get in at 9-3 with that schedule.
That's where my toss-up is, because I got Louisville going 11-2. I got Penn State 10-2. Houston 10-2.
If Louisville's 11-2, they're going to the playoff. I'm telling you that right now. That write that, because that means that the odds are, unless their one loss is Ole Miss, and somehow that's how Ole Miss were to get it at 10-2. But I think there's a scenario, and I haven't gone through every team yet, and this is my only worry for the SEC. What if Texas and Georgia both do what they're supposed to do, and everybody else is 9-3 or 8-4? What happens then? Number 12's next.
The Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape. If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller & Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller & Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest. Now try the best. Miller & Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
This is Miller & Moulton.
To that point, Paul, I think if everything goes wrong for OSU, they could lose 4.
Houston?
I like Houston.
Wow.
I like Houston. That's what I learned last night.
Holy crap. I'm sorry. Yeah, you got 4 SEC, not 5. 4 SEC, 3.
Yeah, because I took Texas out. Yep. Yeah. But like when hold up, let me pull it because I have it up in another window. I mean, yeah, this is where I didn't love how it ranked this, because SMU I got going 10-2, Houston 10-2, Louisville 11-2, Washington 10-2, Virginia 10-2.
Washington 10-2. Washington gets in at 10-2, by the way.
I think that's what made it
get in over Houston. I think.
Yeah.
But unless Houston was, I mean, if they're 11-2, here's the thing: BYU literally should win every game they play that's not Notre Dame.
I just worry about Bear Bachmeier throwing the football.
I love that I just got a random text from someone that pointed out an error on the McWilliams-Buckley website with my bio.
Oh.
Because I honestly, up until right now, did not know that I had a bio on the McWilliams Buckley page.
Not change subject. Billy Strings album came out today.
Oh, did it?
Yep. That will be what I will be listening to while riding around today.
You know what? I don't know who I'm riding with today. Depends on who I ride with today. If I'm riding with John Goins, who's a Tennessee guy, I could put bluegrass on, and I got to imagine it wouldn't bother him one bit. If I'm riding with Gene Gillis, he's about my age as the ECU guy. He likes a lot of the same music I do. So I can put on a lot of alternative stuff, or, my alternative stuff.
Yeah.
DC, I think they're 11-1. I do. And if they go 11-1 and lose to Texas Tech, are they going to keep them out? This is where I'm having so many problems trying to pick 12 teams. I give Jacob credit for at least picking somebody off the grid, because there will be teams from off the grid that make it. There always are.
Yeah. Because I did best and worst records for a lot of teams last night. Not the best record for BYU is 11-1. I think the worst they can do is 9-3, 8-4. And not a bottom dead streak, because Billy's the man. And out of the 3 singles he put out for that album, and I saw 10,000 Miles from a Friend live when I saw him in Virginia. That song's awesome.
I have seen a lot of videos popping up of young Billy Strings.
Yeah.
But I did see one. I don't know where he was. He was playing with, it looked like the one was a kid picking at the beginning. And there was a room of like 18 musicians, and they were all just playing bluegrass, and they were just picking and having, and it was like, it looked like they were in, someone's bedroom, but it might've been backstage, but they were just in this, and they were all just playing, and he wasn't even going nuts. He was letting everybody else kind of play, and he was just jamming along. I mean, that's the thing that I think's really cool about him.
Yeah.
Is that he likes to jam with people.
Mm-hmm. He likes, yeah.
No, he is not, Spitz. He is only here for one more segment, unfortunately. Unless he wants to get in the car and try to do the last one. That's up to you.
Yeah. I mean, it's tough.
I hear you. I don't blame you.
Not a radio country guy, but yeah, big Sturgill guy. Love Zach Top, Tyler Childers, Zach Bryan, that kind of stuff. Wyatt Flores.
Is that the guy that Childers is producing? How come that's
no.
Okay.
You would like Wyatt Flores, though.
Okay.
Turnpike's another good band. Whiskey Myers.
Here we go.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. All right, we got a couple of things to get to. We got a lot of 12s to get to. But I have never been lucky enough to stumble into a place and see a band that I didn't know was going to play. The closest I really came, but I knew they were playing, it's when the Black Crowes played a place in Nashville called the Ace of Clubs. It's not there anymore. It was a great rock venue, and I mean a great rock venue. And my buddy Cat Collins, who worked for American Recordings, told me, hey, the Crowes are coming. They're playing under the name OD Jubilee. It's this night. I happen to have to work a hockey game, so I only saw one song, because by the time I got to work and got there, I saw him do Remedy in a club that held like 2,000 people, and this is when the Black Crowes were on top of the world. That was really cool. Got to hang out backstage. Chris Robinson's a D-bag. But it was one of the coolest songs I've ever seen. I was lucky enough to see some bands before they made it. Now, my buddy that I worked with in Atlanta with the Atlanta Knights, Greg DeWalt, I remember him because he went to Georgia. He went to Georgia and Virginia Tech. I don't remember. He got a master's at one. I don't remember the order. But when he was in Athens, he was at the 40 Watt, which is the famous club where REM and so many bands got their start. And one night, REM walked on stage and said, we're a band called blank, and it's a 4-letter word that begins with F, and we're going to play 10 songs. And they played basically a brand new album, and they left. And no one had any clue that they were coming. Like, I've never seen that. But in the last 2 days, you sent me one. You're a big Sturgill Simpson guy. And he performed at a club in Nashville. It's called the Cobra. Holds like 200 people.
Tiny club. Had a go-go dancer. Ripped, came out with a disco album a while back. Ripped a bunch off that and looked incredible.
Played a couple covers. Day of show, it was announced, charged $25 to see Sturgill Simpson in a club. And Sturgill Simpson, if you don't know, if you're not into kind of the alt country scene, he's really good. Now goes by Johnny Blue Skies. Great musician. Another jam band that's out there is called Goose. They do a lot of Dead covers. The jam band scene, the jam band fan tries to put these guys down. And I saw a great theory as to why. They're all pretty good looking guys. And it bothers the jam band world who are, patchouli, hippie, dope smoking people who don't like good looking people, even though there are a lot of us that like that world that do like good looking people. But this band's a bunch of guys that I think women would look at and go, ooh, he's attractive. They can play.
Yes, they can.
They're doing shows at Red Rocks and I think some other places in Colorado. They showed up at a random house party in Boulder, Colorado and played and rocked. And the cops showed up and they kept playing. The cop is on stage telling the lead singer to quit, and he just starts shredding a solo. And while I get it, when you, in today's world that everybody's filming everything, like when you said, I thought one of the cool things, you went and saw Billy Strings a couple months ago, and you're like, I've never seen that.
Least amount of phones I've seen at a concert. It was incredible.
And when we went and saw Zach Bryant over on the other coast, it's a lot of teenage girls, a lot of phones.
Yep.
But I'm curious if you have a story out there, 21,000 Pelican Roofing of Florida text line. If you've seen a band that you essentially weren't supposed to see, if you saw a band and someone joined them on stage for a song and it was a little bit of a surprise, I love that because I'm a big REM fan. When REM, I saw them twice. Once the 10,000 Maniacs opened, and he and Natalie Merchant had done a song together. He came out and did that song with Natalie Merchant. That was cool.
Yeah.
He also did backup on an Indigo Girls song. And Indigo Girls opened for them when I saw REM at Cobo Hall. Michael Stipe came out and did the song with them. That was pretty cool, but you knew he was in the room because he was the headliner. But I've never had another guy walk up and, so many Dead shows, whether it was Branford Marcellus playing sax, Bruce Hornsby, the list of musicians that have played with the Dead and things like that. I've never been lucky enough to see that. If you have, I'd love to hear it. If you get to one day, Jacob, I hope you do. All right. 12 days away from the start of the National Football League season. I kind of limited this list. I tried to go really good here because the football 12s are elite. So I tried to keep it at least close to elite in other sports. I'll let you add on any hockey players that you think I may have missed. I had Wayne Cashman, Yvon Cornwallier from the Canadiens, and Jerome McGinley. Those are the three I put. Those are all high-level guys. Did I miss any in your world?
Eric Stahl.
I saw it, and I didn't put it on there. A lot of facial hair.
Yeah. Patrick Marleau, kind of same thing. Never won one, but
a lot of years.
Sid Abel from the Wings.
That's going the way back machine.
And then I put two down that made me laugh. Paul Bissonnette wore 12.
Okay.
And then Mike Fisher, just because he's married to Carrie Underwood.
There you go. I saw for Tampa Bay Lightning fans, you probably won't remember him. Jim Cummings was a tough guy. I knew him when he played with the Atlanta Knights and I worked there. He got called up and he's a Michigan State guy. So I saw Big Jim was on there. All right. NBA, I only put down 4 guys. There were a bunch more. There are some goods. I think these are all 3 elite and 1 that has the potential to be great if he ever could get his head screwed on right. Vlade Divac, Dwight Howard, John Stockton. That's a great list of hoopers. And the current guy, John Morant, wears 12, but he just can't get his head out of his you-know-what.
He likes playing with guns.
He certainly does. Baseball, I have 4. And there were a bunch more that I thought were in the good category. To me, these are the really good to great category. Roberto Alomar, probably the best. If you don't want to say he's the all-time best wearing 12, you can go Dusty Baker. Take your pick. I'll take Alomar, the player. I'll take Dusty, the manager. Current guys, Francisco Lindor and Kyle Schwarber. Schwarber's killing it. I like him. He's fun.
He's awesome. He's awesome.
And then, all right, quarterbacks.
No Wade Bogues, by the way?
Oh, yeah, I saw Wade Boggs, and I didn't know if he wore other numbers because it wasn't.
He did. It was late in his career with Tampa. And
right.
Yeah.
Right. So that was one day, all this. All right. So let's start with the football 12s, and I'm going to go old school on you. I'm going to go John Brody before we even get going with anybody current. And then, we could go Willie Joe Namath. I mean, you want to go there. You want to go Ken Stabler, the snake. Let's stick to a couple of Alabama quarterbacks there. You go Bob Greasy for all you Dull fans. Obviously, Bradshaw and Staubach. For me, those two are synonymous with one another because that's my childhood. Those were the quarterbacks of my childhood. One quarterback, the Cowboys, obviously, the other, the Steelers. And as I've told the story before, my best friend, Terry Carpenter, who turned out to be a police officer, he went with the clean-cut Navy guy. I went with Bradshaw. Go figure. Let's see. Jim Kelly, Andrew Luck, Aaron Rodgers, and then obviously that guy that played quarterback in New England.
I don't know who you're talking about.
I have no idea. Tom Brady. So the only other one, I've read no Cunningham on there. I don't like, because if I piss Eagles fans off, they get really angry. If you don't say everything about the Eagles is the best, you've said something. That's what I've figured out. I said Dak Prescott the other day, I think is the best quarterback in the division. I said, I still think the Eagles are the best team. They're the best organization. They're going to win the division. And I got obliterated on the text line. So to the Eagles fans
virtual
out there,
batteries.
Yeah, I was scared walking to the car. I'm not going to lie. So did I miss anybody, Jacob?
Puka wears 12. That was the one I had. Pat Riley, known more for being a coach, but he wore 12 for the Lakers and the Suns. That was kind of it. That's all I really had.
Who is your favorite? Is there a Georgia 12 out there that you hold in higher regard than anyone else?
Funny enough, Brooks was talking about, I was listening to Brooks last night. They were talking about it. Terrible number at Georgia.
Oh, really?
There's like not, I mean,
okay.
There's not a good number. Tavares King's the one that sticks out to me. He was there with Aaron Murray and had a couple big catches.
All right, there you go. So there we are. Those are your number 12s. Jacob, thanks for taking a bullet for the barely team that's left here. The last man standing of Miller and Moulton for now. But thanks for helping out this morning. Go make some money. Tell your boss you need to work more with me.
Will do. I'll see you guys Tuesday.
Miller and Moulton. Jake helping out for a little bit. Pat Kirwan in 30 minutes. Thanks for listening.
Buying or selling a home? Put a local expert to work for you. I'm Mark Miller with McWilliams Buckley, and I believe real estate is about more than transactions. It's about helping people make the right move, from pricing your home to negotiating the best deal. I'll be with you every step of the way. Call or text me today, 239-425-5582. That's 239-425-5582. Experience, local knowledge, and a personal difference. That's what I'll bring to the table.
The Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to CapeCops.com. CapeCops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Trent quit, Spitz. He quit. I got nothing else, guys. Nothing else that I can really share right now. But we had a long talk yesterday. He wanted me to let him know what I thought, and I told him flat out what I expect. I didn't think he was prepared enough. And I did make a comparison to Jacob. Not that one was better than the other. I said, look, Jacob does 5 segments a week with me. He's sending me a dozen texts of what he wants to do for segments. Trent, in the 4 weeks that he did the show, or 3 weeks that he did the show, whatever the hell it was, 3 weeks, he never suggested one segment idea that he wanted to do. I'm sorry, he suggested one. He wanted to talk about which skilled guys coming into the season have the most pressure on them. I thought that was a terrible idea for a segment. I at least give him credit for trying. But I mean, when the 7 o'clock segment that Jake's done for 2 weeks, it's been his every time. And I'm like, he goes, what do you want me to talk about? I'm like, what do you want to talk about? And he's like, how about this? How about this? And he hit one, and this past week was teams not in the top 25 that I think are going to make the playoffs. Okay, I like that. That's actually good talk radio to me. Maybe it's not, but I think he does a pretty good job. I'm biased. He's my kid, but I'm pretty honest about this stuff. I think if anybody knows me, knows that if he sucked, I'd fire him. I think he does a decent job. I think he has to enunciate a little better, but he looks stuff up. He has facts behind what he's saying. That's the most important thing. It's not speaking in cliches. Problem is he has a job. Nothing that I can really share, Spitz. Unless he or his wife give me permission, then I don't share. If he says, hey, you can share this, I will. But, things are not going well is the only thing I can say. Michael, literally what I would pay him is less than he makes. That's the problem. I have actually told him when Trent walked out on Wednesday, I was very mad. And I told him, ask your boss, who happens to be his older cousin. It's his mom's first cousin. I said, what would he pay if you worked 11 to 6? Or would he just fire you? Trust me, I would love to do it. It would be nothing. I think he does a nice job. I think he will also get better. And nothing would make me happier than to be able to work with my kid every day. Because I think you guys know it. I miss the hell out of David. It is really weird to have a guy who you spent 4 hours with every day for 20 years not be a part of your everyday world anymore. And it's tough because some days he's not feeling well and he doesn't text back. So it sucks. And I wanted Trent to work. I didn't fire him. He quit. And he did so by text, by the way. Softest period, generation period, ever period. How they're making our generation look tough is one amazing thing. It really is. Because we're not tough. We're latchkey kids. We're survivors, but we're not tough. The greatest generation, they went to war. They're tough. The one before us, they had to serve in Vietnam. They're tough. We're not. We know it. No, not even close, Deadstroke. No, exactly.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000.
Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Not changing that anytime soon. We may at some point. Still trying to figure out what the next act's going to look like. I want to thank my son for coming out. I think he does a good job, and I'd be more than willing. If you think he sucks, text me. I don't care. 21,000's the Pelican Roofing of Florida text line. And you can always dial us up anytime, night or day, if you're listening to the podcast. I do my best to try to answer a decent amount of them. I was talking before we got into the number 12s. And first off, yeah, Shane Dunston wore 12 for the Cubs. There were a bunch of them. I didn't, like when Dusty Baker, Roberto Alomar, Francisco Lindor, Schwarber, I don't think Dunston makes that list. It's close. Like there were a bunch of those guys on there. The Cubbies are very popular, and I loved the Cubbies growing up because they were on WGN. I didn't think he made the list. If you do, I apologize for not including him. But was talking about a couple of musical acts that showed up unannounced. And if you've ever seen one, and whether you were at a show and someone performed that wasn't supposed to, if you caught a band at a club before they were big. And I was lucky enough when I lived in Atlanta to see a lot of bands that were up and coming. A bunch of them didn't make it, but I saw some really cool shows at some really small clubs. I had a friend who was a big fan of the hockey team I worked for, and he worked in the music industry. And at that time, Atlanta just had show after show. I mean, I saw so many great bands in that city. And so he would have someone that just signed to a label and they're playing this bar and, we would just go. And a lot of them never made it. And I'm trying to think, there was a band, the name will come to me later. One of the best nights, they were all from Johnstown, PA. And the one song was, "If You Don't Like the Weather, Don't Shoot the Weatherman." And Raging Slab, I knew it would come to me. Raging Slab. It turned out the one guy was an extra in Slapshot. And so we ended up in the back of the bus for like 3 hours talking minor league hockey and just had a hell of a time. But Chris says in the chat room he saw Johnny Marr join REM during the Fall on Me, during seeing them for the song Fall on Me. Johnny Marr is the guitar player for the Smiths, that those of you that don't know. That would be amazing. Another guy said he saw the band, I don't know if you remember Living Color, a great rock band in the early 90s. Saw Living Color at a small college bar with like 200 people. That would be incredible because that guitar player was amazing. They were a fun band. Cult of Personality was their big song. So Vernon Reed, thank you. Someone pointed that out. He is a terrific guitarist, but that would be fun. So those things, that is, those are to me always really cool when you get to see whether it's a band before they make it. And there's just not a lot of that anymore, but I'm into these alt country acts that Jake got me into. And Tyler Childers is one of my favorites. And now that I go down these TikTok holes, I see all these videos of him playing like the state fair in front of 200 people before he was anyone. And it's like, that to me is how music was done. It wasn't getting yourself on YouTube and blowing up, but for another day. All right. We were talking some college ball with Jake, and obviously the season is starting tomorrow. We had a bunch of FCS games last night. There's more tonight, but there's 2 games tomorrow. And then for all intents and purposes, the season has started. Well, I'm trying to figure out my playoff teams, and look at the Big Ten is doing great because they've won the last 3 national championships. But I've just got Phil Steele's book for reference in front of me. Now, we all know Georgia and Texas are 1-2. He has them 1-1. He has them tied to win the conference. For the record, he has Alabama and Oklahoma tied for 3rd. And then he has Ole Miss, A&M, and Tennessee. Ole Miss and A&M tied for 5th. Tennessee and LSU tied for 7th. South Carolina and Auburn are next. And then Florida, Vandy, and Missouri. That's 13 teams. And do I think that Vandy's a playoff team? Hell no. I don't think the Gators are. I think if everything broke perfectly for the Gators, they could win 10. I don't think that's going to happen. There are too many toss-up games. But even Mississippi State, who's not good, they've got a decent quarterback. I mean, remember, they had Texas beat last year. Beat. So are they going to beat Texas this year in Texas? No. But Alabama goes to Starkville. Would you be completely shocked if in the fourth quarter Mississippi State was giving Alabama a game? Because I wouldn't be. I don't even know if Mississippi State, I don't think they go bowling. But Missouri, everybody's left them for dead. He can coach. You know, they've got a home game against Texas, a home game against Oklahoma. They do get Florida at home. They get A&M at home. Well, what if they won 2 of those games? What does that do to the SEC? I mean, you can go right down the list. You know, Vandy has Tennessee and Alabama at home. They have Ole Miss at home. You know, the Gators have Oklahoma at home. They have Ole Miss at home. The Gators' schedule is really tricky. You know, Georgia being in Atlanta, I think that's an advantage for Georgia, but neither here nor there. My point here is if you go through all of these teams, Auburn, LSU at home, you know, their Auburn schedule's tricky for what it's worth. All their tough games other than Florida and LSU are on the road. So it doesn't bode well to me for Alex Golish in his first season. South Carolina, when are they going to win a game that we don't think they're supposed to? Is that game against Georgia at home at the end of the season? I mean, Sellers can play. LSU, the argument I'm making here, and I'm kind of working on this for myself, you know, because Jake ended up taking 4 SEC teams, 3 Big Ten teams, 2 Big 12 teams, 1 ACC, Notre Dame, and a group of 5. So when you're looking at if you think the SEC's getting 4, are you then convinced that 4 SEC teams are going to win double-digit games? My fear for the SEC is that while the 9th game is great and we love that they have gone to 9 games, when you look at who these teams are in the middle, I don't see greatness out of anyone. I see the potential for greatness for a bunch of teams. LSU with all those transfers. Lane has proven he can take new talent and mold them into a team really quickly. Ole Miss has a nice team. You heard Brooks Austin yesterday talk about their coaches. He doesn't think they messed up one bit. Probably should have got into this more with Jake because the OC that Brooks was talking about was the offensive coordinator at East Carolina. He was the tight end coach for Lane, went to ECU to be the OC, and now he's back with the coaches he knows, and he's at Ole Miss. And you heard Brooks Austin, who knows college football as well as anybody out there. He doesn't think even with losing Lane that they miss much. You know, there's some play calling things he worries about because, look, don't knock what's there now. So the whole argument here is what happens if Texas and Georgia are double-digit winners and no one else in the SEC wins more than 9 games? Don't you think, I mean, that's got to be a realistic possibility out there. Like when I look at Penn State, they can win 10 games and not be any good. It's why I've been pounding the table now for probably a month that I believe a 9-3 team's going to get in. If it's a 9-3 SEC team, Texas, Oklahoma, LSU, versus a 10-2 Penn State, are we really going to take Penn State with that schedule? Now, the other factor you have to throw in when you're looking at how many the SEC are going to get is the Big 12. You know, Jake's high on Houston. Okay, I'm not with him there. I'm higher on BYU. I am. He doesn't like the quarterback. I like the coach. I understand his concerns with the quarterback. I also know that BYU runs a little older than most teams. You know, we were making all kinds of fun of Indiana for how old they were last year. BYU's always old. These guys go on their mission, for crying out loud. But what does that mean? They've got men on the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball. They don't play. They should be favored in every game they play that's not Notre Dame. So let's just say BYU loses to Notre Dame. And the game's competitive. It's inside of 2 scores. They're 11-1. If they lose to Texas Tech in the Big 12 game and BYU throws an 11-2 up there, or like Jacob said, Houston throws an 11-2, Utah throws an 11-2, whatever the case may be. Now, if Houston did it, it could be losing to Texas Tech twice. And Texas Tech wins that conference. So we're going to give Texas Tech the automatic bid. But are you telling me that an 11-2 BYU that lost a reasonably close game to Notre Dame's not getting in? Ooh, not sure. Over a 9-3 SEC team? See, this is 10-2, 9-3 is one thing. 11-2, losing the conference championship. That means something to the committee. They are still trying to give weight to these games. And until we stop with the nonsense that is a conference championship and just go directly to the playoff, they are still going to heavily weigh the conference championship participants. They have not really penalized the team that loses the conference championship yet. So until they do, when, you know, if SMU, Louisville, Clemson were to get to the ACC championship game with 11 wins and then lose to Florida, I think you can book a spot in the playoffs. With 10 wins, that will be interesting. Then there are going to be discussions. But how certain are you right now that the SEC can produce 4 double-digit winners? Because I'm not. I think Alabama, you know, they've got a young quarterback starting. By all accounts, the kid's got a cannon. He can make all the throws. But he's not played against the defenses that he's going to see in that league. The week in, week out physical turmoil that an SEC gives you. I mean, Georgia's schedule is a little soft to me, so I don't see anything worse than 10-2 for them. But Texas, I mean, that's a big boy schedule. They're considered one of the favorites, but my goodness, I mean, they're at Tennessee, they're at LSU, they're at A&M, they're at Missouri, which is no slouch. They play Ohio State at home, they play Florida, they play Ole Miss. I mean, they even play UTSA, that a lot of people think's the best group of 5, group of 6 team out there. Now, I don't think UTSA is going to have a game for Texas, but they can't ignore them. So I think at the end of the day, you're going to see an SEC that I think will start lobbying. I think ESPN will start lobbying. Remember, who are they in bed with? Who runs the college football playoff? If you don't think game day in November is going to start making cases for teams if they go 9-3, I think you're crazy. I think that will be one of the biggest talking points of the month of November in college football. When they start trying to tell you, can this 9-3 team get in over this 10-2 or this 11-2 conference champion loser? I think it will be one of the main focuses that network will have come November. They're in the college football business. Hell, they own the college football business. You know, Fox has one show on Saturday, and then they're really not involved. Will they push for Michigan or USC or Penn State? Sure, but they're not the loudest voice in the room. And we've seen when it comes to college football, many times the loudest voice in the room wins. Not always, because the crux to this show really helped when we were able to get Gary Danielson to lay out his idea that how's Florida being neglected if USC loses? Why are we automatically having a rematch? And then he went on CBS, and all of a sudden everything broke the right way. And, well, we didn't get the rematch. We got the Gators. Miller and Moulton, great 8 o'clock hour lined up for you. Pat Kirwan to talk the NFL. We're down to final cuts. The preseason's ending this weekend. We had a bunch of games last night. I will ask him one preseason question. It's the first time I think I've ever asked one. I'll get Pat's call on did the Cleveland third-string quarterback actually raise his hand and say, are you guys paying any attention to me, or does that not even matter? Also, there's talk about a couple of quarterbacks that why are they even going to be on their teams? If one guy can't get the starting job at Atlanta with everything that's been put in front of him, why are we even having him around? And we talked about this a while ago. Did you see who's splitting second team reps in Minnesota? Oh, yeah, that's J.J. McCarthy and Carson Wentz. Is J.J. McCarthy long for the Minnesota Vikings? We'll get to Pat with all of those things and any other NFL issues that Pat has on his mind. Joe Zagaki will join us at the bottom of the hour, the voice of the Canes, to talk about those Miami Hurricanes. And a little bit more from you. Miller and Moulton, Football Friday edition. We made it, folks. Thanks so much for listening.
Buying or selling a home? Put a local expert to work for you. I'm Mark Miller with McWilliams Buckley, and I believe real estate is about more than transactions. It's about helping people make the right move, from pricing your home to negotiating the best deal. I'll be with you every step of the way. Call or text me today, 239-425-5582. That's 239-425-5582. Experience, local knowledge, and a personal difference. That's what I'll bring to the table. Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you can be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to CapeCops.com. CapeCops.com. Be brave, be best. Be Cape.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
the
sound.
Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real. If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller and Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller and Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest. Now try the best. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Good morning, Mark.
Hi, Pat. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you doing today?
Well, I'm surviving.
Flying solo?
Yeah, my son did the first 5 segments with me because Trent quit late last night.
Did he really?
Yep.
What was his rationale? He doesn't have time for it?
Mental stress. I mean, it's that general, mental health problems. I don't, I don't know if he made it up. I don't know. I really don't know if we talked yesterday, and I he asked me to be critical, and I was, and I told him everything that I thought was going on and what I mainly cracked down. I said, I don't think you're prepared. I don't think that I don't know what I'm watching games. I'm like, what games are you watching in August? What game's relevant to this show? I said, he's just made bad mistakes. He tried to argue things without facts. And it's just like, come on now. And I just said to him, I said, look, you can't BS a BSer. I can smell it. And I've said this, I say it, we have the Twitch people that listen all the time. I say it all the time. You know this, Pat. The sports fan has never, ever been as smart as they are today. There is so much information that they couldn't get 10 years ago that's out there for everybody. Yeah. They know what they're talking about. I tell everybody all the time, you guys all know your team better than I know your team, because that's all you care about. I got to care about 32 pro teams, 40, 50 college teams, baseball, hockey, all this crap. These people know their teams more than I do. So you can't try to give them, the noise.
You did say on Tuesday that you were going to interview some other guys. So
yep. I got a guy coming in next week. I got to contact him. I don't know if he's going to do 4 Thursdays in September. And I don't know if he's going to do next week. He didn't know if he could do the 4th. So we'll see. I got one other guy out there. I've got to be honest. I wish my kid if he could get out of work. He's been good. He gets after it. He goes and watches film. He's listening to shows. He like said to me, he goes, what do I need to listen to get more? He's not an NFL guy. Like, he knows players because he followed college so well. But he's like, where do I need to listen? Is there podcast out there? And I gave him a couple. It's like, he loves it. And he's actually been pretty good on air. I've been surprised.
Well, just let him grow by using him as much as you can.
Exactly. How's the grandson's football going?
They lost last night in their opener to a very good team on basically the last play of the game. It was first off, there was so much rain. The game didn't start, get this, till 9:45. They were playing at midnight.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah. On a 2-hour bus ride home. So he's sound asleep still. But they lost 30, I think it was 33-28, something like that. And they had the lead 2 or 3 times in the game. And their best player went down. Looks like I wasn't at the game. I had the radio, and I wasn't going to be able to get there in time. Although after it was delayed, I would have gotten there. But their best player, it looked like he went down with a knee. Opening day.
I told you about my buddy's kid that's at Grand Valley.
Yeah.
He's now, they were going to redshirt him. He's now made it to 3rd string at center as a freshman. But they've got some guy that transferred in, big kid, might play in the league next year. Obviously, maybe not the brightest guy, but he's been lining up against this guy. And this guy grabbed me and says, kid, you need anything, you come to me. He's like a 5th-year senior, big dude. He goes, you keep working with me. And I'm like, that's what you need.
That's right. Yeah, that's fine.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. It is the great 8 o'clock hour of the show. We love it. Tuesdays and Fridays when 8 o'clock comes around, because that means Pat Kirwan. Pat joining us courtesy of Pinchers, with locations from Tampa to Key West. Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh. Joe Zagaki in about 40 minutes. Pat, good morning. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well, Mark. And we're getting close to the regular season. I am into some concepts of things we can talk about that intrigue me, like things that popped up pretty much this week. How about keeping 4 quarterbacks? Let's just talk about it, because I think one team is going to do it.
Pittsburgh, right?
They are going to do it, but I think Cleveland should keep 4. And I think the profile for keeping 4 is that you don't think the starter is going to be there next year. Rodgers, no. Watson, no. Kyler Murray, probably not, because he's going to cost a lot. And Tua. So if you have those guys, you need to set up 2027 if you have the right guy. And if you don't, maybe Strand isn't the right guy in Atlanta, but there'll be some opportunities to put a 4th on there. And yeah, you're going to miss practice squad kind of guy, but you can't put him on a practice squad because someone will take him.
Absolutely. And I'm with you on the Pittsburgh situation. Cleveland, I'm interested. Let me just start with Cleveland and not Watson, not Shador. Does Gabriel's performance last night matter to anyone? Because I don't care about preseason, but they don't have a quarterback that can seemingly play. And I know he wasn't playing against good players, but he performed well. Does that change anything to anyone in the Cleveland organization?
Well, if they're looking at Will and Todd Monken's looking, he knows what an offense should look like. By the way, I thought last year Dylan didn't play any worse than Shador. You go back and look at how he played when it was his turn to go. But I'm glad, and you know what? Atlanta would love that guy. And so if you move him off the roster by release, he'll be claimed, and he'll be claimed probably by Atlanta, who'll be drafting, picking high enough. So they should keep 4. They know that they're going to need the 3 of them next year. I know they like Green, and they're intrigued by Green. So there's a whole reason to do that. So there's 2 teams right off the bat. But I think Minnesota, I know they like Brosner. You know, those are look, there's 23 teams with 4 quarterbacks.
Okay, let's zero in on Minnesota because, Pat, I've heard a couple of people talk about how we talked about this 2 months ago. You and I and David talked about is Wentz going to end up being the backup? And it's looking more and more like that's the case. But I'm also seeing a lot of, I don't know if they're reports. I would say there are more rumors and there are more ideas of J.J. McCarthy not even being on the roster when the season starts.
Well,
would they move him? What's he worth?
Not a lot. So why move him? He's got a cheap salary, right? You're dealing with something. He's a rookie wage guy. You're not sure he's bad, where the climate for him has changed to a negative. But I've seen guys blossom in year 3. I've seen guys blossom in year 4. It's not really going to be a high risk to keep him. Now, you want to trade him and someone wants to give you. Now, you asked a good question. What's he worth? He's probably not worth in the minds of these guys around the league more than a 5th or a 6th. And he's a first-round player.
Right.
I would try to hold on to him in case. So let's do the drill here. We love the idea that Kyler Murray makes them better, right? We all say that. We all agree with that because you're comparing him to what McCarthy was. But this is a team that won 9 games last year. They should be able to win 10 with Murray. Then is Carson Wentz. Now, he's had as up and down a career as you could possibly have. Right now, we like him because we're comparing him to Murray. You know, but that's not where this is going. Watson could go on the field and remind you of why he was released a couple times. So I think, again, a lot of teams are afraid to keep 4, and I was one of them. But I would, in a case where I know that the starter is probably not going to be here next year, I'm keeping 4. If I can find a 4th I want to coach. And when you have a head coach quarterback guru like Minnesota does, why would you waste that spot for a guy who's going to be on field goal when he could be training him and he could be running the scout team? So I put Minnesota on keep 4 list, and I would keep it on Atlanta as well if they could find someone for the 4th spot, which they can.
I heard an interesting take on Tua yesterday, and I want to get your opinion on this. At the end of the day, they didn't think Atlanta will do it because coaches like a security blanket, and that's kind of what they put Tua as. But the fact that Tua was given maybe the easiest opportunity of any place where there was a quarterback job up to get that job. The other guy's hurt. The other guy, they didn't activate him until this week. There's no reason why Tua shouldn't have been able to be named the starter, but he literally was lousy in the preseason game he played, in all the joint practices, by all accounts, by everything you read. He just flat out stunk. So this guy was asking the question, why keep him around if he can't win this job? And ultimately he settled on because coaches want a security blanket and they're going to need him there in case Penix gets hurt. But is that a fair argument of why Tua's even on this team? I mean, if he can't win that job, how is he even worthy of a backup, Pat?
Well, he has been a starter for a long time and has had productive seasons. I'm not a big fan of Tua. I sat alone with him 10 days ago, He knows he's in a battle, but he's cheap as could be. He's $1 million.
Right.
And your quarterback is as injury prone as it gets. He's had 3 ACLs. Penix, so I would never trust his health. And he may be gone in a year too. If he goes down again, what are you going to say to me on the radio? Nice guy, but we can't trust him.
Surprise. So Pat, okay, sorry, go ahead.
No, just finish up with Tua. It's for $1 million. That's a very, very cheap insurance policy for a guy with experience. And there's their other problem. How many guys do they have that can even line up and run a football team? Not many.
Exactly. All right. I want to talk about starting quarterbacks for a minute. Now, I could be wrong on this, but I did a little exercise earlier in the week because we obviously put all the pressure on the quarterback. And I tried to rank the quarterbacks by division and see how many of the guys that I thought were the best quarterback were going to win the division. I think Mahomes is the best quarterback in his division. I think Trevor Lawrence is the best quarterback in his division. Right now, I think Joe Burrow is the best quarterback in his division, and I'll take Dak over Hurts, and I know that pisses a lot of people off because I have no idea who the best quarterback is in the North. I ranked Goff first, but I don't know who's going to win that division. But for instance, I'm not picking Dallas to win the East. I'm not picking Cincinnati. I'm not picking Jacksonville, and I'm not picking Kansas City. I know you might be. But that's half the league where I don't think the best quarterback is the guy within his division that's going to win the division. So it's not always as easy as best quarterback, Pat.
Well, no, but you have to have a good one in order to be in contention. So the guys you mentioned will probably not be the reason they don't win the division.
Even with Trevor, that's to me the interesting one because I think Houston's the best team in that division. I think Trevor's currently the best quarterback. But to me, if Jacksonville doesn't win the division, it might be on Trevor.
Well, Trevor had a very good year last year. It was a breakout year for him. Talking about a guy that took a few years to figure it out. The coach was very good for him. He will not be the reason. But I'll tell you what, Stroud might be the reason Houston doesn't win the division.
Okay.
Right?
Right. No, I'm with you. And now I don't know yet. We're a couple weeks away from having to make predictions on divisions. I know you love Kansas City. You were at camp. You liked everything that was going on with them. We talked to a guy from Kansas City yesterday. He's not sure. He can look at the positives, but he can also see the flaws. But you love Spags. You love Mahomes. I don't trust that Andy Reid's going to run the ball enough with Walker. He doesn't do it. It's not in his DNA. And I think in order for this team to be at its peak, Andy's got to run it more than he's used to. Can he do that?
Eric will make him do it. They brought Eric back, Bieniemy, for that reason. There's a relationship with Andy. He can talk tough. He can close the door in the office and go, what did we get this kid for? What's Walker doing here? He can do that. And Andy listens to him. So I think that's why they will run it. Now, part of the thing with Mahomes, I never said win the division. I said make the playoffs.
Right.
There's a team called Denver with 68 sacks, which is another subject I'm on this week. The record for sacks is 72. And they may not be the team that breaks it. It might be the Rams if they get Donald in there. So when you have Denver, who has that defense, and what's the Achilles heel of Kansas City? Their offensive tackles. Benito and Cooper and those guys will get after Mahomes. So I don't like that matchup. I'm not sure about the Chargers, but part of this is do you have a quarterback that could lose the thing? I love your question. Flip it over. And we started with Stroud. The answer is they could lose because of him.
Right. No, I'm with you. And
Did Seattle lose because of Darnold?
Possibly. But,
yeah.
And the one guy that gets no talk here, and I good for him. Purdy got put in this world because he was Mr. Irrelevant, where he's not susceptible to the same outside pressures that a lot of other guys are. I mean, he's been really good. They've made the playoffs. But when we talk about the best quarterbacks in the league, no one mentions this guy. And he's incredibly efficient, Pat.
Yes. He is. And he has to put, look, here's their problem. They're shallow in the roster. They have good starters. I do like that they kept, McCaffrey on the shelf most of the summer, which was a good idea. But they need their starters back. They need the tight end back. Okay, he's back working out. But their history has been when they have 4 or 5 injuries, then they can't do it because the backups aren't as good there. So depth on the roster is their issue.
And Pat's talked about it many times. You got Kittle and McCaffrey. When one or both, or if one's out, it's a nightmare. If both out, they just basically have lost almost all chance to win.
Yeah. Other thing we covered this week, though, I want to bring it up is that the NFL, I would call it a bit of a cosmetic rule where if you get 3 penalties on these particular 5, first off, and I'm sure you covered this, blindside block last year, there were 28 in the whole league called. Hip drop tackle called 2. Horse collars called 4. Launching, none. Defenseless player, 4. Now, if you think of those numbers outside of the blindside block, you have to say, if there's only 2 hip drop tackles, there's no one's going to get a third one. We had 2 in the league. So it sounds nice. It sounds like it's a plea for safety, but ultimately, they didn't even describe this properly. I will ask you, if you get caught 3 times, there's a couple guys. Epinesa had 2 personal fouls last year. How about the guys that got some of those penalties that it wasn't called on the field? Now it's called in New York on Sunday or Monday. You tell me, if you get your 3rd hip drop tackle penalty in the last regular season game, you're missing the playoffs?
No way. They're not going to call it in New York at that point, Pat, and then we'll just miss it. And then, but it's, I brought it up, the points emphasis, and you have the numbers to back it up. They're not really big points if they don't call them. He's Pat Kirwan, joins us twice a week, courtesy of Pinter's. We'll talk defense with Pat on the other side. Miller and Moulton.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
It's probably the only good thing about not having a little inventory. If Pat's making a point and going long, I can just cut a couple commercials. Won't be able to do it as much next week, but I can do it today.
You can just tell me to shut up.
No, not when you're on a roll, man. I let you go. Pat, I know you have these, and I want to make sure the numbers I have here are right. Broncos, Falcons, Browns, Lions, and Vikings were the top sack getters last year. Is that right? Broncos 68, Falcons 57, Browns 53, Lions and Vikings 49.
Right.
Okay.
And we know they're all blown up. Atlanta doesn't have their pass rushers.
Right.
The guy in Cleveland's back at the Rams.
I didn't realize that Detroit had that many. That actually impresses me.
Yep.
But they have to do a lot of it blitzing because Hutch has a lot of pressures. He doesn't have the number of sacks that I think he should with the pressures that he gets. Does that make sense?
Yeah, well, when you have Hutch on one side, the other guy needs to be a 10-sack player.
Right.
Because he's never getting the protection to him, ever.
And we'll see if that kid can do it.
Well, my favorite 4 pass rush teams, Denver is one, but Houston, a lot of guys say, Houston's the best pass rush team. They had 47. Denver had 68. The Rams, I think, will be the best this year, and the Giants should be very, very good. They got 4 guys that can get there, and now they got to figure out how to put all 4 on the field. Burns and Carter, and now they put Reese. Reese looked ridiculously good the other day. Thibodeau. I think they'll be the 4 best pass rush teams. Young, on the opposite side of Myles Garrett, he should be 12 to 15 sacks.
Yes. And if Donald comes back, oh my goodness.
Yeah, they could get to 72. And what helps them is that their offense scores so many points. Their opponents are going to be throwing a lot.
Which, in theory, is why Houston won't have as many.
Yep.
Because they actually have to run to me, but...
So we ran a poll the other day on who improved with here's what you needed to be. You need to be a very good offense with a bad defense. Who fixed the defense the best? It came down to Cincinnati, Dallas, Chicago, and really those 3. And Washington was kind of on the outside looking in. And then we put it out to the listeners. I said Dallas did the most, and they did in my mind. But Cincinnati got more of the people who voted. They might like Dexter Lawrence a lot more than I do.
Right? Yeah, you're not high on that defense, are you?
No, I don't think they did enough. It's typical Cincinnati, which I will not say, but a lot of teams are like them. They go get a big name or 2, but they had other things they needed to fortify more. You look at Dallas, and I'm not a big Cowboy fan, but they went out and got Ogbonnia from the Chargers. They got Rashawn Gary, D. Winters, Thompson, Kobe Durant, Caleb Downs, Malachi Lawrence, Jonathan Bullard, L.T. Overton, P.J. Locke. They filled up the front and the second level.
And in this, I'll wait till we get back. But the other question I have, like when I start looking at sack numbers and I see them, it's twofold. One, how many times are they blitzing to get there? And how many times are they just getting there with what they have? And like Denver, to me, gets there with what they have. The Falcons did last year. They won't. So that's all. I think, is that part of it or no?
Yes. If you can get there, like Seattle won a Super Bowl, they're a 4-man rush team. They don't need to blitz anybody.
Right.
They just bring the front. When you bring the front, you can double receivers. You can threaten blitz calls and not blitz. You always want to do stuff like that. Bring the 2 backers into the A-gaps, make them squeeze call, and then drop them out. And if your 4-man rush can get there, just think about what the Rams' 4-man rush is going to look like.
All right, here we go.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Pat Kirwan joining us. Pat, NFL Radio's moving the chain. CBS Sports, the NFL Today Show. Pat, I'm going to start having a few live reads on the show coming up in September. When I do, I will think of you every single time. Every time I listen to your show and Jacob Hester, your new co-host, is doing a live read, I sit in my car and giggle through the whole thing. I literally do, because I know you're smiling while he's having to read those.
Oh, I asked him if he was having nightmares about, some of our advertisers.
Right.
I can't mention, but
right.
He laughs. Look, I did them for a while.
I know.
But I had enough. Hold on a second. Goodbye, young man. Have a good day.
All right, I love you. See you.
My grandsons are going to, and you'll love this. He's going to hockey or somewhere. So
that's my boy. Hockey and football, man. He gets it right. He's got it right. Those coaches in football are going to love how he's able to move his hips because he's a skater.
Yeah.
All right. Defense. We started on this. And I was a little surprised when I was looking at the team sack leaders, and Detroit was 4th last year. Atlanta was 2nd. We know they've already lost most of those guys, so that's not going to be the same. Cleveland was 3rd. Well, Myles Garrett's in L.A., so that's not going to be the same.
And they lost Alex Wright for the year, who's their second best rusher.
Right, so now it's all on the kid that they brought over in the trade, who's good, but boy. The Rams, we know what they added, so they'll be good. We know Houston's good. Here's where I'm intrigued, because the Vikings got after the quarterback pretty well last year, Pat. They had 49 sacks.
Mm-hmm.
And when we always talk about offense, and it's why I wanted to get into defense a little more. It's why they're so intriguing to me as a team. And I know Kyler Murray will hold them back. But are they a team that's good enough to get that fourth quarter stop to beat the Bears, to beat the Packers, to beat the Lions? You know what I mean here, because we all know everybody can score in that division, but it may just come down to, can you stop somebody in the fourth quarter? And I don't know. Detroit had pretty good sack numbers last year. I don't like what they did in the offseason. I don't love the Bears defense. Michael, how is he going to be coming back from injury? So I think the Vikings, that the part we don't talk about with them is that that's a good defense.
It is a good defense. They part of the answer to your question is, and you and I talk about it off the air all the time, but if you can rush the passer with a 4-man front, then you are in an incredibly good position. We talked about Seattle. That's all they were last year. And then some of the guys like Boy Mafe doesn't belong there anymore. He's off to other places. And I'm not so sure Boy Mafe, first of all, I don't think he had big numbers. But secondly, they had to block the inside people, Leonard Williams and those guys. And so I'm not so sure that guys like that are going to enhance what's going on when you start thinking about teams like Cincinnati. And is that what they did? And is it going to be good enough? No. But that is, if you can 4-man rush, you don't have to be, because here's what's going to happen, Mark. You and I know this. When you get to the postseason, there are all good quarterbacks left. And the good quarterbacks read the blitz. And if you're blitzing, they're chewing up your corners. You can't make a living that way. You can get to the playoffs, but I have real suspicions. Can you beat and win a Super Bowl by being a blitz team? Unless your name is Spags, who did it, but because he had Mahomes. And they blitz like crazy. They do not have a great pass rush unit. They have Chris Jones. They really don't have outside guys. Epinesa is a good, hard, solid football player, but he's a 6, 7, maybe 8 sack guy. So they don't have it. They beat you with offense. But the guys, now I will say I spent a little time on the Giants right now. They had 39 last year, so that number's not where you're reading. It's way below that. But they've got Burns and they got Abdul Carter, who should be better. Thibodeau is still there. They didn't release him, didn't trade him. And they got Arvell Reese, who has indicated in his practice and preseason he's going to be an animal to blitz, to cover and handle when he rushes. So they got 4 rushes. So
let me ask you just on that from the division. Is the Eagles line as good as it has been? Because when you talk about that, I immediately start thinking about Philadelphia. I have trouble finding a better organization in the sport right now. I really do. I think they're run as well as any team in the league. They have depth. They seem to sign guys at the right time. I don't like necessarily what they did on offense, getting rid of A.J. Brown, but they've always been thought of as not a good offensive line, a great offensive line. Is it still great?
I don't think so. I think Lane is already talking about this is probably his last year.
Right.
So we hear that expression all the time. If you've announced your retirement for next year, you probably already retired. I don't think so. I think the guy's just tired. And he has started to break down a little bit more. The kid on the other side, the Australian rugby player, he had an okay year. It wasn't his best season. So they're a little different up front. And I think this happened to a place like Detroit. You and I used to talk about how great their offensive line was. And when we woke up one day, it was missing. So I think a little bit of that might be true. We got to start looking at that. If you were grading Philadelphia seriously, where you'd be watching them every week, I bet you the grade for the season will be down from the grade from last year and certainly the year before. What keeps them alive is Saquon Barkley can keep pounding it up in there.
Well, that's the best way to prevent a team that can rush the passer with 4. If you get that kind of a running game, that obviously nullifies that, and that's what they think they can do. I do want, on that note, you talked about defense. The Saints have always had a pretty good defense. They were about middle of the pack sacks. Tampa Bay, about middle of the pack sacks. But Tampa Bay has to blitz. Now, if Reuben Bain, and it's tough for a rookie to be a double-digit sack guy, but if he's somewhere between 8 and 10, how much of a difference does that make for the Bucs? Because I think their offensive line, Pat, and I know it's got to stay healthy, and it didn't a year ago, but their center's one of the best in the game. Wirfs is one of the best in the game. Mock's back at guard. I love this offensive line. So I think they can protect Baker. I think Bain gives them something they need, so they might not have to blitz as much. Is that, when you look at their O-line versus like the Saints defense, we think they're the best two teams in the division. Do the Bucs have enough to hold off the Saints on both sides of the ball?
Well, I definitely think they're going to be very good blocking, to your point, and getting Cody Mock back is really important for them. They've got a great left tackle who doesn't need help, right? Once you have a left tackle that doesn't need any help, because he's going to be asked to block single all year, he should be able to neutralize a lot of pass rushes. So I do like them a lot, the way they're built. I got asked, and I'll say this, Jake Hester thinks that Reuben will get to 10 sacks. One of my last discussion points with Todd Bowles was, I said, give me your last thought, as I was walking out the door, and he said, hopefully, and I don't think we're going to have to blitz as much as we usually do. And that was his sentiment. I do think that he will send Trotter a little bit more than people think, because he brought up Trotter's ability to diagnose, and they get delayed blitz calls. He's going to be a pretty good player inside. I would say Bain and Trotter make the all-rookie team, and we're not going to have a hard time figuring out why.
Well, if that's the case, that bodes extremely well for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, because I only think one team's coming out of that division. And I know we're all kind of sleeping on Carolina. They won it last year, but how much better did they get? We'll see. Bryce Young, I've never been sold on him. And it looks like if you rank quarterbacks, do you have Bryce Young after Baker, or do you take the kid in New Orleans as the second best quarterback?
I'll take the New Orleans kid. He impressed me when I saw him. He doesn't have a full body of work, so it's a little risky for me to say that. But his age helps him. His size helps him. And the concepts that Kellen Moore has play right into his strong suit. So I like them. Just keep in mind, folks, Carolina got the first place schedule with an 8-9 record. In 2024, the guys who won the division and got a first place schedule, only one repeated as a division champ. Only one, Philadelphia. And no one else did.
If I'm not mistaken, and I'm positive on this, they're playing both Norths as crossovers. So, maybe Pittsburgh down a little bit, but that's 3 good teams in that division. That's 4 good teams in the NFC North. And look at who they're playing versus who Tampa, Atlanta, New Orleans will get. So it's a big difference. He's Pat Kirwan, NFL Radio's Moving the Chains, CBS Sports, the NFL Today Show, and Pat joins us courtesy of Pinterest. Pat, as always, thank you, sir. Have a great weekend.
See you Tuesday, my friend. Be
Absolutely. Good. We'll see Pat on Tuesday. We'll see Joe Zagaki next to talk the Miami Hurricanes.
The Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to CapeCops.com. CapeCops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape. If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller & Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at @MarkMiller or me at @TheDavidMoulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller & Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest, now try the best. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
There we go. Oh, that's I said they're to me they're a lock for winning that conference. Happy. Now, if they were to lose the conference championship game and they're 12-1, they're also in. It won't be a month, but Seth will definitely be helping out. Trying to figure out how to get this done, guys. I wish it were as easy as, I mean, trust me, I'm really trying. Trying to keep the show afloat, trying to sell sponsorships, trying to book guests, and you get a co-host that quits at 6 o'clock at night when you're out of town. It kind of, and in having a dinner with someone, it just throws a wrench into everything. But whatever. We just keep plugging along. Hopefully the show's good enough for you guys. I'm trying hard. If it's not, you know what you guys can do. You can just change the damn channel. All right, let me. Joe, you got me? Oh, no. Joe, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, good. All right. I worry about technology, and this thing.
Yeah, me too.
This thing is Bluetooth to the board that I use, and it works great because I don't have to get a separate phone system, but it scares the hell out of me every time I use it.
I would have no idea how to do it.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Thanks so much for joining us. Miss any of the show, you know where to go. millerandmoulton.com are all the usual suspects. He is the voice of the Miami Hurricanes. He has been with the Hurricanes for nearly 40 years, over 25, calling the games, the longest tenured announcer in the state of Florida. And he's been a great friend to Miller and Moulton for a long time. He is Joe Zagaki. Good morning, Joe. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you guys?
We're doing great. We've made it. I know Miami doesn't play this week, but we finally got meaningful football tomorrow, which gets everyone excited. But I think in the state of Florida, there's excitement everywhere, but not like in South Beach. I mean, Miami, not only after a great year last year, but everybody was asking, are the Canes back? Well, they were back last year, but they've built this to sustain it. What is the thing in your estimation that Mario Cristobal's done better than any other to ensure year in, year out that this roster is where it needs to be, not just at an elite level for the ACC, but an elite level to compete for national championships?
Yeah, that is easy. It's just roster management. It's bringing in good players, one good player after another, and not having a lot of separation between the way the roster is layered. If Lightfoot goes out, then you got this kid Wilson comes in, and if Blunt goes out, then Scroggins comes in. And 5-6 years ago, between the first team player and the second team player, there was a pretty significant drop-off. And now that drop-off doesn't occur until you get down to maybe the third or fourth player at a certain position. So he's recruiting at a high level. He's recruiting top players, not only in Dade, Broward County, but he's been able to recruit top players nationally. And he's getting the top players either at a position. They're usually the top 5 player at that position or a top 5 player from a particular state. And so he's built a roster of monsters, and he's built a roster that has depth and great competition all the way through it with playmakers and physicality.
Well, he started this at Oregon, and I think Lanny did the same thing. When you recruit the trenches, Joe, you can fill your roster with transfers, and Miami's done an amazing job of using the portal. But I think to what you speak of with that depth is how well he's recruited at the line of scrimmage, both sides of the ball. I mean, when you're sending, 4 first-round draft picks from your line to the league, and while the offensive line nationally ranked isn't as high as maybe it was a year ago, the defensive line, I still have them in the magazine that I trust as the 6th best D line in the country. You don't lose 2 pass rushers like they did and do that without being able. I commend like what you said. It's the roster makeup. It's how he did this, not just who he brought in. It's just how he's compiled it. It's been excellent.
Miami just had, for the longest time, a small team. They ran out on the field, and I would look over at my statistician and producer and say, well, I think we just lost the weigh-in again. And that's not the case anymore. Just not the case. And to your point about the trenches, I think it is also significant that while Mario has used the portal very well, and the portal has been good for Miami, because one of the problems that any coach before Mario had was if they recruited a high-level player, that guy was always gone after his junior year. And then you're back to square one, starting over with a freshman. Bain and Mesidor leave, and they replace him with a kid from Missouri who is 23, 22, 23 years old, whatever he is. But he's got, 50 games under his belt. You're not bringing in, even if it's a five-star freshman, that kid doesn't have to start right away. So Miami can stay older. That being said, about the portal, he's done a very good job in the trenches of all those players, just about, minus Wilson, two kids they brought in, one from Nebraska and Ohio State. But pretty much the rest of the way, those are homegrown players. McCoy at one of the tackle spots, Okunlola at one of the tackle spots, homegrown player. Rodriguez is going to be the center, homegrown player. Canwell is going to be in that starting lineup, most likely, a freshman recruit. Big Ben Congdon, he's a freshman recruit. Across the defensive line, Moulton and Scott, two excellent players at defensive tackle. They were recruited by Mario. So Lightfoot, recruited by Mario. Blunt, another local recruit. So I think he's done a good job of building his team. I guess you'd make the comparison. NFL, he's built it. Recruiting is the draft.
Right.
Free agency is the transfer portal.
He's Joe Zagaki, voice of the Canes, talking about the Miami Hurricanes here on Miller and Moulton. You brought up the guy I wanted to talk about, Jackson Cantwell, the five-star, 6 foot set. Was he 6'7", 3 1/4? I mean, my goodness, freshmen aren't supposed to be that big. This kid is.
Yeah, I'm on the practice field right now, and he's blocking out the sun.
Thank you, and you need that. It's warm, Joe. SPF 30. All right. I don't know. It looks like he's going to start at guard because they've got tackles. He'll end up being the left tackle for that team. Joe, how impressive is he? I mean, look, it's one thing just to be big, but I'm sorry, when you're playing for a potential national championship type team and you're a freshman starting on the line, you're usually pretty special.
Well, he's going to be really good. I think the thing that's important to remember is this is going to be, say this nicely, this is the worst he's going to be. Where he's starting, this is the worst he's going to be, and he's very, very good. So, I mean, he's enormous, and it's going to be very difficult, I think, for anybody to knock him backwards, where he is going to, if he's deficient in any area, it's going to most likely be more of the mental game. Maybe somebody gets by him, they overload the side, or they run a great stunt that he doesn't pick up. Or I think what I'm expecting where he might struggle is long drives, right? Miami's going to be on, I think a lot of teams are going to force Miami to try to stay on the field, drive the length of the field. Can they do it without making a mistake? And that's going to be the question for Cantwell. Is he going to be the guy that makes the mistake and puts Miami behind the chains? But if he does make the mistake, then they'll just put Ben Congdon in the game, and he's about the same size. And he's a really good player also. They're probably 8 deep on their offensive line. Maybe it gets shuffled as the season moves on, but Cantwell is going to be a cornerstone of that line for the next 3 years.
They have 3 true freshmen in the 2 deep on their offensive line to point to what Mario is doing recruiting. All right, Darian Mensah comes over from Duke. Everybody's talking very highly of him. At this time, right now, compare this year to last year. Does he look better in August at practice than Beck did a year ago?
Well, I think the answer to that is yeah, without question, because this time a year ago, we weren't sure how effective Beck was going to be with his arm. And Beck was only a month or 2 months into throwing at this point. Beck had great command of the offense, had command of the huddle in the locker room, but so does Mensah. And Mensah is coming off a season where he threw for nearly 4,000 yards, number 2 in the nation in passing yards and number 2 in the nation in touchdown passes. And so that confidence that he gained last year is carried over right here to Miami. And be quite honest with you, I can't wait to watch him play. I think he's going to be exciting as hell. I've been watching him all summer long, watching him with a close eye, thinking, okay, let's see where this guy breaks down and what's his weakness. And it's hard to find one. He plays with a smile. He plays with joy. He has great leadership. He throws a great deep ball. He extends plays. He's not a run-first quarterback. He stands in the pocket. He spins in the pocket. He wears a defense out by extending the plays. And the number one thing is he's accurate. And I think accuracy can come in a lot of ways. It can affect accuracy in a lot of ways. You can bother a quarterback and maybe get into his head mentally and get a guy out of rhythm, which will affect his accuracy. Nothing seems to bother this kid. And he even said one of his coaches, Willie Fritz, thought that he didn't have enough urgency to his game because he just always looks so calm and composed. He plays that way. I think that helps the teammates around him out. But this kid Barcade is always open. And by the way, we still have Malachi Tony, and he's just a force of nature.
You led me right to where I wanted to go. I've had my son, because David's now, he had to retire due to some sickness. And I've had my son do a couple segments. He's in his 20s. He knows his college ball. And he said to me, the first thing is, I bet on Malachi Tony to win the Heisman. One, the odds are good. But is that out of the realm of possibility that Malachi Tony, when we're talking in December, could be in the Heisman race?
Oh, I think he's very much going to be in the Heisman races. Great punt returner. And, I think I had this conversation with somebody yesterday. Sometimes when the guy's on your team, you start to take what he does for granted. Oh, Malachi caught one for a 32-yard touchdown. Oh, Malachi caught one for a 40-yard touchdown. But this summer, I've gone back and looked at his touchdowns. If you look at the Ole Miss game, it's a bubble screen. He's 4 yards behind the line of scrimmage. Now, he's got some blocking in front of him, but he also runs through 6 Ole Miss tacklers. And it's like he's a ghost. They reach for him. They touch his body, but it's like their arms go right through him. You can't bring him down. And the same with Indiana. Late in the game, Indiana, they throw him a pass. He's running down the field. He's zigging, he's zagging, he's zigging, and Indiana can't tackle him. Finally, one guy gets him down, and 2 plays later, he's spinning into the end zone. He's got this, I don't know, computer brain. I think it's like a video game where he's got eyes on the back and side of his head. He sees everybody, and as you watch him run, he's never on the same path. And guys flail at him to tackle him. So he had 10 touchdowns last year. I think he's going to get, I'd be surprised if he doesn't get 15 touchdowns this season.
And then another guy we haven't mentioned on offense yet is just that horse in the backfield named Mark Fletcher. I mean, he's 2 1/4. This guy can run. He can bludgeon people and has breakaway speed. So, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't, trying to play defense against this team, I think, Joe.
Well, I hope Fletcher picks up where he left off. He's one of the nicest, most courageous kids I've ever met. One of the most unselfish, just a beautiful human being. Ran for 1,200 yards a year ago. How about in the playoffs? He averaged 18 carries for 126 yards a game in the playoffs. He ran for 507 yards and 3 touchdowns in Miami's 4 playoff games. He averaged nearly 7 yards a carry. Now, Miami gets that from Fletcher. Mensa threw for almost 4,000 yards, and then Malachi had over 1,000 yards receiving. If those 3 guys hit their numbers, I don't know. It's going to be tough to slow Miami down, but Fletcher got a good offensive line behind him. I think he's had a great camp. He looks faster to me. Maybe he's more confident. I don't know which one it is, but he just looks like he's in the prime of his college career.
No Louisville, no SMU on the schedule. They go to Clemson, obviously the big game in South Bend in early November. But this schedule, Joe, is very manageable. They should be favored in 11 games minimum. I don't think it's impossible to go 12-0, but isn't maybe the one hurdle is to not have the letdown game that Miami had a couple last year that they probably should have won? Is that the biggest regular season concern, if there is one?
Yeah, there are a couple of narratives that Miami has to get rid of. I think there were 3 last year. and Mario got rid of one, which was he couldn't win the big game.
Yep.
So he won a lot of big games last year. And I guess along those things, people will still question, his sideline coaching and all that. But I think he's moving past that because he had him one play from the championship. However, that does get tied into what you just said. And I wouldn't call it a letdown game. I don't know what I would call it, but I can tell you exactly what it is. It's the penalty and turnover game. More specifically, the penalties. They were 103rd in penalties last year. Now, some could say, hey, all those great Miami teams always had a lot of penalties, but the margins are too small in college football today to survive a game with mistakes. And all Miami has to do is go look at the championship game. They lost that game by 6 points. They had a punt blocked. They had a couple of key penalties. The third quarter, they're off the field. They have great field position. Bain gets a penalty. Blunt gets a penalty. Opening drive, second drive of the game, they're going to be off the field. Mendoza throws one to Frederic. He drops the ball. It's an interception. He drops the ball. They kick a field goal. That's 4 plays. Miami missed a field goal. That's 5. What is it? 5 plays. That's 10. That's 13 points in that game that cost them, in addition to the penalties. Football rules say you play on a 100-yard field. The games that Miami lose, they play on a 120-yard field because they go backwards. They penalize themselves. When Miami's the most excited team and when they're the better executing team, they're tough to beat.
And they're going to be tough to beat this year. There's no one quite like Joe Zagaki. He's tough to beat. Joe, thanks so much for doing this. Have a great season, my friend.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Appreciate it very much. Go Canes.
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller and Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller and Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest. Now try the best. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to CapeCops.com. CapeCops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Buying or selling a home? Put a local expert to work for you. I'm Mark Miller with McWilliams Buckley, and I believe real estate is about more than transactions. It's about helping people make the right move, from pricing your home to negotiating the best deal. I'll be with you every step of the way. Call or text me today, 239-425-5582. That's 239-425-5582. Experience, local knowledge, and a personal difference. That's what I'll bring to the table.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Look, I know I got to find another guy to work with me, but guest-wise, guys, I don't know if I don't know if we were doing better when David and I were together, because Brooks Austin yesterday was out of this effing world. And one of our listeners is the guy that turned me on to Dave Waters and actually make the connection. And the fact that we're going to get him all year, that's just another feather in our cap, because he's terrific. So I'm bullish about our guest. I don't know if it will happen. I asked Phil Steele if he would come on during the season. He said yes. So my goal is to figure out a way to get Brooks once a month, Phil once a month, and then we still have Matt Baker and Bill Bender, outside of Bud, who's weekly. So, I mean, if that's our guest lineup for college football, I've got Gabe, oh gosh, I don't want to say his name wrong. You're a Tua. Is that right? I got to look again. God dang it, I hate doing that. Yuri Tua, yeah, Yuri Tua. Gabe, I asked Gabe before I asked Joe. He's actually on paternity leave, but he'll be on to do between those two. I've got two really solid Canes guys. We got Jeff Cameron for anything interesting out of the Knowles. To be honest, the UCF guys are never hard to get. I've got a couple of guys in Orlando that I can always get if they're interesting enough. I don't know if they will be. Oh yeah, Chris Perkins is back. Perk's back. Roy's back. Got to find a Jags guy. I've got to reach out to Brent Martineau, who helps us get us on in Jacksonville, and see what he thinks. I might even ask JP. That's kind of my weekend mission, to find a Jags guy. I appreciate it. You guys don't need to blow smoke, but I just want to let you know we are working very hard. And by we, I am working very hard on the guest list. I shouldn't really say we anymore, because it's not we. It's me. Did everybody have... Okay. I got to write that down, because trust me, I will forget it if it's in chat. But when, Johnny Mac, when? Phil's fan, that's a great question. If he wants to, of course. Guys, this is, it's not good. Okay? I mean, it's just not good. So I would love him to, Phil's fan. I would love him to. I think you all know that. But asking him to do that, it's just hard. It's just hard.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller.
The Pro Hour, Miller and Moulton, MillerandMoulton.com. Thanking you so much for listening on what we like to call a Football Friday. Talking a little NFL with Pat Kirwan. Got into defense today, got into pass rush. That's not somewhere we usually go. It's usually quarterbacks and coaches and things like that. And we did talk some quarterbacks with Pat. Interesting situations going on in Pittsburgh. Will they keep 4? Interesting situation going on in Atlanta with whatever happens with Tua. Same thing with the Vikings. So there are some things that are going on quarterback-wise that are interesting, but we really needled down on the defenses. And, while everybody's so high on the Texans and the Rams, obviously, with getting Myles Garrett, it was the Denver Broncos
that had 12 more sacks than any other team in the league last year. So it is, this Broncos team, they had Waddle. They had a good roster. They're running everything back. If Nix doesn't get hurt, does anybody think that they're not going to the Super Bowl? I don't know if they win it. I have no idea. I mean, Seattle was good. That defense was solid. The receivers are great. Walker was terrific. Darnold played an excellent playoff. So I don't know. But Denver, to me, is the team right now to beat in the AFC. The Rams are the team to beat in the NFC. Went through the exercise a couple of weeks ago with the highest, or I guess the best odds to win the Super Bowl in the last, it was about 30 years. There's only, the Rams are on a list of, I think, 16, 17 teams. There are only 2 teams that ever won the final game with those type of odds. So I do think that, if it was the Rams or the field, you'd be an idiot not to take the field. If it were the Rams, the Broncos in the field, I still think you'd be an idiot not to take the field. But I think heading into the year, those are the 2 best teams. I thought one of our chat room people said something during the Joe Zagaki interview. And we've had Joe on the show. I mean, we've been doing this for 20 years. And when I say we, I say Miller and Moulton. And obviously David's not here anymore, and that sucks. But between the 2 of us, we had Joe. We've had Joe on 50 times, easily. Probably a lot more than that. Probably close to 100 times. He said, I don't know if I've ever heard Joe Zagaki that positive before. And Joe's always positive. I mean, he's a hurricane through and through. That it's the one reason sometimes I like to not have Joe on the show to do a breakdown, because the glass isn't half empty. The glass is overflowing. But my goodness, he needed a second glass today. But I will say, to his point, when you look at the Canes, so you've got 3 true freshmen that will play on the offensive line. You have a true freshman that will play at tight end. You have a freshman receiver. Watch this Vance Spataford in the first couple of games, because I want to see what they get out of him. They've got some freshmen that are potentially playing in the defensive backfield. So, just Miami is doing this the right way. They're doing it as well as anybody can in the modern era. Brooks Austin made a great point on the show earlier this week when he said, hey, Georgia only takes about 5-6 transfers. Georgia puts their lock, stock, and barrel on retention of players and paying those players. Well, what happens? You've got to be right. Miami, while recruiting at a very high level, is much more active in the portal. So their roster management is terrific. And I thought he answered the big questions, that being Joe Zagaki, at the end of the interview. I agree with him. I think Mario was far better. Whoever he hired to handle and help on game day so he doesn't make those Mario moves, I think that they were fine. There was not a point last year where we pointed to Mario Cristobal and said, boy, you screwed that up and you lost because of that. The games they lost, I think he was right on. It was turnovers. I don't think it was, overlooking an opponent, because it was SMU and Louisville. They weren't bad teams, but they just made mistakes. They played with this malaise that I don't understand. So that, to me, is the question, because this schedule, I think Clemson's okay. So they're at Clemson. I know we had Mike Solarte on about a month ago talking Carolina Panthers, and I grilled down on him on ACC football in the state of North Carolina. And he just said, watch out for Wake Forest. I think they're a little better than people think. Well, Miami goes there on a Friday night. Go win that game. Make sure you don't screw that one up, because that's early in the season. And someone asked me, do I think they have a legit shot at beating Notre Dame? Hell yes, they have a legit shot at beating Notre Dame. Here's the question I'll ask back to you. Remember when Miami and Florida State, they finally are both in the ACC. Oh, they're going to play each other twice every year. We're going to see them in the regular season, and we're going to see them at the ACC championship every year. Okay, that never happened. Still hasn't happened. But I think there's a chance. Now, I think it would be probably at earliest a semifinal game and possibly a national championship game. But I think there's a possibility that Miami and Notre Dame could play twice this year. I really do. I think Notre Dame is going to get a bye. I think they're going to be one of the top 4 seeds. I think Miami, put it this way, if one of those teams is undefeated and the other one has only lost to the other, aren't they both getting buys? Can we agree on that? They're getting a bye before Texas Tech, if you know what I mean. So then the Big Ten champ's going to get a bye. Will the Big Ten runner-up or the SEC? I mean, because you're looking at, let's just say SEC champ, Texas or Georgia, just for sake of argument where teams are ranked right now. Ohio State, Indiana, or Oregon. Take your pick. Ohio State's preseason number 1. Oregon's 2. Indiana's 6. So one of those 3 gets the 1 seed, gets a 1 through 4 seed. Will they get 2? Will the SEC get 2 of the bye teams? And is the Notre Dame Miami game essentially an elimination game for a first round bye? And does the loser then host a first round game? You know, I don't think anybody loved the fact that we had to have Alabama and Oklahoma twice last year. And Matt Baker made a great point several months ago on the show that no one really remembers the regular season game because all we pay attention to is the playoff. And I think there's something to be said for that. And that's what bothers him about playoff and maybe expansion of the playoff, that it diminishes the regular season. And I think it's a fair point. But I don't know. In a world where I could see Notre Dame and Miami play twice in the same year when they're both really good, I'm fine with that. I'm absolutely fine with that. And I think there's a much better chance. This could have been a poll question if we would have jumped on it earlier. Which conference has a better shot at having 2 teams get a first round bye? The SEC or the Big Ten? And it might have been a lousy poll question because I actually think that the Big Ten has a much better chance. Now, they've got to, they all kind of play one another, Indiana, Oregon, and Ohio State. But I think the potential of 2 of those 3 teams getting first round buys in the college football playoff is much greater than the SEC because I just don't know who that third team is. Like, Texas's schedule is really difficult. They could lose 2 games and then maybe beat Georgia for the title. Will they get a bye out of that? Probably. But if Georgia hasn't run the table to that point, and Georgia's schedule, while not easy, I think by SEC standards, the Dogs have an easier schedule. All right, let me just put it that way. I mean, they have Oklahoma at home. They're at Alabama. Obviously, that's a difficult game. Auburn is a big rival of Georgia for those that don't know it. But they get Auburn at home. They're not going to the Plains. That's not nearly as tough. Now, they do have them the week after Alabama, and Auburn's coming off a bye for what it's worth. They have Florida in Atlanta. They're at Ole Miss. Like that, Missouri at home. I just don't think that when you stack that up against what Florida has, what Oklahoma has, what Texas has, I just don't know if, like, Georgia, to me, has to be an 11-1 team at worst going to the SEC championship to guarantee that they get a bye. 10-2, they're going to get in. But I don't know, at that point, they're not getting one of the byes. So, if Texas Tech runs the whole table, the schedule's a joke, but Texas Tech could win all their regular season games, win the Big 12 championship. Does a 13-0 Texas Tech deserve a bye over a 12-1, 11-1 Notre Dame team? I don't know. So, a lot of questions heading into the college football season. I'm excited to watch all the answers play out in real time. I think it's going to be a fascinating year. The Big Ten's as top-heavy as it's ever been. I mean, I grew up in an era when it was a 2-team conference. It was Michigan and Ohio State, and that was it. Well, right now, Ohio State, Indiana, Oregon are all loaded. And I do think that Penn State has the ability to be a 10-win team. I think Michigan, if they beat Oklahoma, watch out for the maize and blue. And wins USC, going to get their you-know-what together. So the Big Ten has 6 teams that I think will be looking for playoff spots. I don't think Iowa's there. I don't think Minnesota's there. I do think those two teams can, be a thorn on the side of someone else. But the one thing about the SEC that I mentioned earlier is I can picture a scenario where there's only two teams with double-digit wins in the SEC. Go look at LSU's. LSU's the team. They could go 10-2. Their schedule doable, but they get Texas and Alabama on that schedule. Don't trip up anything else, and sure as hell don't lose to Clemson week 1. So a lot to figure out in the SEC. Will the 9-game schedule eat them alive? Even if it's an easier game, even if you're Texas and you get to play Arkansas, well, that's a hell of a lot tougher from a physicality standpoint than playing whatever G6 team you're going to play. So there is a difference there of just, I don't care if it's, Mississippi State or Arkansas. It doesn't matter to me. Those teams still have big, large young men playing for them. And from a physicality standpoint, it's different than scheduling a MAC school. It just is. So the questions start getting answered tomorrow. TCU and North Carolina in Dublin. I took the under. That's my one bet this week. We'll start making picks on, for money, if you will, next week when there's more games. I did not touch North Carolina State and Virginia. It's a good game. I like Virginia. I like Virginia for the over, but they better win this one if they're going to make it an over. That's happening tomorrow. More coming up on Miller and Moulton.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller and Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller and Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest. Now try the best. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
And I don't know if you are still in here, Barry. I kind of hard on him? Yes, there's no doubt. But for 3 weeks, he didn't bring one segment to the show. He talked in cliches and generalizations and never had any facts behind anything he said. And I didn't think he was putting the work in. And if you can tell me, he works with a podcast company. He's a producer, Sonny. He's not on the radio. This was his chance to be a co-host of an established show. And apparently I was too mean. And I know I'm an a-hole. I'll be the first one to admit it. But I know I'm biased because he's mine, but you tell me the 5 segments this morning weren't better than any, maybe I think Trent had 2 good segments in 3 weeks. 2. Few good questions during interviews, a lot of bad ones. So if I was hard on him, yeah, probably right. But he wasn't prepared. So, whatever. Can't do anything about it now. Yeah, I mean, hey, look at, and my kid found out at 6:00 last night he had to do this. And he spent the whole night prepping to do 5 segments. I mean, I'm incredibly disappointed. I really am. But I can't do anything about it now. Well, apparently you have to hug in today's world, Dratharian. They didn't grow up in our world. Constructive critic. We went to Big Top Brewing. My buddy recommended it, who lives there. It was nice. Good. I would go back. Burger was fine. The Cuban beans with the burger were excellent, for the record. I did not go fries. I'm trying to be a little better because I kind of grew the wrong way. And I broke up with Ben and Jerry. We're on a, I don't know if we broke up. We're on a break. Broke up with Culver's. Broke up with Chick-fil-A cookies and cream milkshake too. Yeah, that was one of the sides. I just didn't feel like doing more carbs. I tried to go easy, and I know there's carbs in beans, but it's not like potato carbs. No.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Thanks so much for listening. Talked a lot of football today, probably more college football than anything, and that's for good reason. The college football season starts tomorrow. But some other things going on in the sports world, and we talked briefly about them, and I don't know how much more you can really get into it, but a good day yesterday for the stadium project in Tampa. The city council passed the vote. I thought, in talking to J.P. Peterson, who's been on top of this and been coming on for months, he thought the city vote was harder than the county vote. They passed the city vote yesterday. The county votes today. We get this done, and I think, obviously now we're moving on with the new stadium, the new ballpark in Tampa. I think it's everything. I really do. I I'm convinced it works in Tampa. I know a lot of you disagree with me, and the history backs you, if you know what I mean. They've never had attendance, and they've been good. But I just, given the fact that I spent 3 months up in Tampa, and a lot, 1 month was in the hospital, for crying out loud. Not like I was going anywhere. But when I was in the Hope Lodge, and we were able, my wife and I, or my mom and I were able to go out to dinner now and again, you realize that the majority of the people live north of Tampa proper. That's where the suburbs are. From downtown Tampa to the stadium in St. Pete is every bit of 40 minutes without traffic, let alone what it is trying to get there on a weekday game. So then you add that you're 20 minutes north of the city where you live. It's damn near time-wise as easy to drive from Southwest Florida to where they play now in St. Pete than it is from some of the northern suburbs of Tampa, if you will. So I do think that this new stadium will work. I hope it does. You go to a Lightning game, that downtown area is fun. Now, this isn't going to be downtown, but they're going to build around it. They're going to try to do it like what they did in Atlanta. So I think this is going to be successful as long as they pass the bill. The county passes the bill today for the funding for the stadium. The other thing that I was having some fun with is I'm a music junkie. I really am. I like music more than sports, and I love sports. But I'm amazed by musicians. I guess because we all played sports, and not that we were any good at them. It's different. When you see greatness at something you can do, you go, okay. Well, most of us aren't musicians. And I've tried in the last, I don't know how long ago my wife bought me a guitar. I can fudge around. I can play a song or two. It's not good, but I enjoy the hell out of it. And I've acted like there's one thing, I don't want to say I've written a song because I haven't, but I have one little jam that I play on the guitar. That's mine. I made it up. It just kind of came together, a little chord progression, and it's fun, and I play it. If I were to record that, and I think that would be the only way I could do it, would be to record it and then try to put words to that. It doesn't compute to me. So when I hear, like we were talking about Dolly Parton earlier this week with her passing, when I hear that Dolly Parton apparently wrote Jolene and I Will Always Love You, she wrote them back to back in a half hour. What? I was listening to one of the radio shows that I listened to on satellite radio, and they were going to play Blackwater by the Doobie Brothers, one of my favorite songs. And they were talking to the guitar player who wrote it, and he said they were recording, and he had the lick, and he was just goofing around with the lick. And the engineer and the producer went, "You should write a song to that." And he went home that night and wrote Blackwater. It's like, what? It doesn't even compute to me that people can do that. So that's my love of music. But anyhow, two musicians, one that I'm not as into, but I think they're very cool, a band called Goose. They're a jam band, and they're about to play Red Rocks in Colorado. Great outdoor amphitheater. Maybe next to the Derby, my next biggest bucket list item for the record. Derby's number one. A show at Red Rocks is probably number two. So Goose is going to play Red Rocks. They show up at a house party at the University of Colorado in Boulder and play. And the cops come to shut them down, and they just keep playing. And then Sturgill Simpson, he's a country artist. He's kind of does everything. Johnny Blue Sky is what he goes by now. He just did a disco album. He showed up at a club in Nashville, charged $25, like 200 people top show up, and he played for 2 hours. Those are things that I would love to see. I've seen the opening act or the main act play with the opening act in shows, but I've never seen someone else jump in. Gentleman said he saw the guitarist from the Smiths jump in with REM, Johnny Marr. A couple of you have texted through the day, and so I love these stories because I want to share them because I just think they're great. I love the people that have my phone number that I don't know who they are too. That I love. But one, because I don't have a name with this number, but he has my number, and hell, I give it out during commercial breaks. But he said he saw Eric Church at the Palm Beach County Fair, 2010.
Found out that afternoon, paid $10 for a front row reserved seat. Saw him play 2 hours. Like, that's amazing. Another one said he saw Ted Nugent join Van Halen at a Monsters of Rock tour. Is something that they put in. I've seen Ted a bunch of times. This guy had 2 in Columbia, Missouri. Some trio shows up to play a coffee shop, called themselves the Cranberries. Now, that's just, at Michigan State, I went to a lot of shows and went to Detroit for a lot of shows. Some of these bands never made it, but I saw, like, one of the coolest concerts that I ever went to was a band called the Cowboy Junkies. They do a great cover of Velvet Underground's Sweet Jane, maybe the best cover ever done of that song, and a lot of people have covered it. Margot Timmons is the lead singer. Her 2 brothers were in the band. Their original album was called the Trinity Sessions. It was done in a church. They're Canadian. So I had a kid that lived down the hall from me by the name of Chris Bean. Great guy. Actually sucks that I kind of lost touch with him. I found him when I had cancer. I kind of dug in and looked up some people and got in contact with him because he's just a great dude. But he would drag me to a lot of shows. He played guitar. He was decent. And he dragged me to, he's the one that got me to go see Stevie Ray Vaughan in Kalamazoo. And I saw Stevie Ray Vaughan open for Robert Plant. So I always trusted him musically. And he's like, the Cowboy Junkies are playing the MSU Union. Well, MSU had different venues for concerts. The Student Union wasn't one of them. So we sat in a room, and I think I paid $15 for the show, and there might have been 250 kids all basically sitting Indian style on the floor watching the Cowboy Junkies play on this little stage. It was one of the coolest musical moments that I ever had. And I've been lucky enough to see huge stadium concerts. I've seen Bowie, I've seen Pink Floyd, I've seen the Rolling Stones, I saw U2 at their height. But seeing a band on their way up in a small venue, now they never made it to huge stardom. They played music for a long time and made it their living, which is very cool. But sometimes you're lucky enough to be a part of something that is so unique that only you people in the room know that happened. Like this guy that got to see the Cranberries at a coffee shop. Oh my goodness. I saw the Cranberries at, I can't think of the place in Atlanta, freaky little bar. They used to have a Heaven and Hell night where they had a lot of like S&M displays going on. And I can't remember the name of the place. It's on Ponce de Leon. I could drive there, but I can't tell you the name. They had a little outdoor amphitheater. It was cold. And the gal from the Cranberries was barefoot the whole night. So, that was pretty cool as well. So I'm a music junkie. So these stories that you guys sent me and in your opportunities to see some artists either on their way up or in a bar that they weren't supposed to be at, that stuff's fantastic. It truly is. And I know a lot of you have been lucky enough to do it at different times. So thank you for sharing. 21,000's the number. If you're listening to the podcast and you want to throw your 2 cents in, trust me, I'll read it over the weekend. We've had a pretty good week of shows. We've had great guests. We've had some new guests that were really, really good. Todd Lebo yesterday covering the Chiefs. That was top-notch stuff. Brooks Austin talking college football. Hopefully we can get them back on during the season because it was, I thought, very enjoyable for me. And if I like it, I'm hoping you do too. Miller and Moulton, the good, the bad, and the ugly. That's next as we finish up the week.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to CapeCops.com. CapeCops.com. Be brave, be best.
Be Cape. Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So I thought I had it in here, Johnny. I did get an autographed widespread picture, but I think that might have missed out on a move because this is basically the most important outside of family stuff. This is my ticket stubs and some photos from my youth, if you will. I was one that saved ticket stubs. Thank you, Mark. Johnny Mac, I'm telling you, if I get tickets for widespread and at Red Rocks next year, I'm looking you up. I want some access. I'm now asking for a favor on that one. Oh yeah, the SRV ticket stub's in there. I think it's here top because I pulled out some of the good ones. Maybe I didn't because Rat's on the top of the list. That's funny. Is it a Ticketmaster ticket? Sting at the Masonic Temple in Detroit. Neil Diamond. Ooh, I don't know. For you Michiganders, that is White Snake at the Castle. There's a bunch of AC/DCs in here. Let's see, U2. My ticket got shredded. The Sundays. That was another good one. I loved the Sundays. The Cure. Another REM. I'm trying to find that one. Frank Zappa. Yeah, here it is. He's not even on it. You can't even see it. That's the Robert Plant ticket. Kalamazoo, Michigan. 7:30, Robert Plant, opening act, Stevie Ray Vaughan. I think this might be the game that my buddy ripped on the San Diego Chicken. Dallas and the Pistons, December 20, Tuesday night at the Silverdome. By the way, 1983, in December, I would have been 14 years old and went to the Piston game an hour and a half away from home with my neighbors. No parents. I think Mark Gillis drove us. He might have been 20, maybe 21. His brother Doug and Dave Sperling, my neighbors. And we went, like, I'm thinking, like, would I let my daughter go with some friends, basically, 2 hours away to a sporting event? No way in hell. And yes, I've seen Rush live. That was it was either my first or my second concert. I think it was my first. Rush was first, and then Triumph was next. And I know you meant food. I had you, Jules. I picking up what you're putting down. Is it, here's my question with that, Mr. Spivey, and I'm not saying you're wrong. Is it just not as safe, or is it we know more now than we used to? Like, I'm of the opinion it was just as unsafe then. We just didn't know the blank that we know now. I mean, Eddie, I always let you can't even say, because it's awful, but Eddie Murphy would do that bit about the family and the molester uncle. And your mom would yell at you if you were alone in the room with him. I can just say 2 words. It would be Aunt Gladys. I don't know.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, wrapping up what's been a hell of a week. Gotta be honest with you. Not what I was expecting when the week began. But more change is coming. We'll get through it. I want to thank the listeners today. You guys have been amazing. Your texts have been great. Your comments in the chat room have been great. You've been damn near inspirational to me, and I'm not joking when I say that. I needed you today, and you were terrific, so thank you for that. And with that being said, let's do the stuff that we do now.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
All right, today was the day when. We start a lot earlier than normal. 476 AD. Basically the end of the Roman Empire. Emperor Romulus Augustus is captured and executed. That's how you kind of end an empire, for the record. Here's to the Beatles and the Liverpool Football Club, because it was today in 1207 that King John of England grants the small town of Liverpool a charter. They had a soccer match, a concert, and the right to elect a mayor and aldermen all after. 1830, the first American-built locomotive, Tom Thumb, races a horse-drawn carriage from the Stockton and Stokes Stagecoach Company from Baltimore to Elcott Mills. Due to mechanical problems, your winner, the horse. Today in 1955, Chicago teenager Emmett Till is kidnapped, beaten, and shot. The black teenager was shot by white men in Mississippi. His killers would eventually be acquitted, but the case helps ignite the civil rights movement. One guy who didn't want the civil rights movement, though, 2 years later in 57, Strom Thurmond was very anti-civil rights. So much so that he gave the longest filibuster in our nation's history, 24 hours and 18 minutes. Martin Luther King delivered his I Have a Dream speech during the March on Washington today in 1963. At the Democratic National Convention in Chicago today in 68, overzealous police in riot gear beat protesters who are demonstrating against the Vietnam War. While awful, it did lead to a bunch of songs, one of which being my favorite Doors song, 5-1. The Jackson 5 releases I'll Be There today in 1970. It would be the Billboard Song of the Year. Motown Records releases Let's Get It On, the 13th studio album from one Marvin Gaye, today in 1973. Still plays, still works, still amazing. Love that album. Absolutely love that album. 1990, at the U.S. Open, Stefan Edberg loses as the number 1 seed in the first round to Alex Volkov, one of the biggest upsets in U.S. Open history. I think we've had this 3 consecutive days, and it's been in reverse order. Wednesday, it was 96. Yesterday, it was 95. Today, it's 94. Tiger wins the U.S. Amateur. Today in 96, this is where I need my guy, by the way. This is where I really need my guy. Prince Charles and Princess Di, formerly divorced, today in 96. Just wasn't meant to last. Today in 2003, we were still watching the VMAs. For those of you that don't know what that is, that's the Video Music Awards. And this is the one where Britney Spears and Madonna locked lips on stage. Okay, I'm better now. And in 2004, a low moment for U.S. basketball because Manu Ginobili and Argentina beat Italy in the gold medal game. The U.S. team wins bronze. What the hell? Don Deckinger, the call, the umpire, and David Soul, Starsky and Hutch, they both would have celebrated birthdays today. I'm pretty sure that David's wife is a big David Soul guy. I'm going to have to let him know that. Lou Pinella's 83. I had to tell Seth that last night when we were at dinner so he could imitate Lou for at least 5 minutes at the dinner table. Fantastic. Louisiana Lightning, Ron Guidry, 76. U.S. Olympic gold medalist in figure skating, Scott Hamilton, he's 68. Lee Jansen, 62. Shania Twain, 61. All right, not really a poll question, but you can fire it at me in the chat room or on the text line. Out of these 3 people, which one would you rather be? Which life would you rather have? They all turned 57 today. Hall of Famer Pierre Turgeon, great hockey player, never won a Stanley Cup. 90210 star Jason Priestley. Or Jack Black. And with Jack Black, you got to take the weight. You can't say I'm going to be a skinny Jack Black. You got to be the portly man that he is. I'd go Jack Black. I think he probably out of all of them has the most money. Turgeon's in the Hall. Priestley, though, if you think about it, think about the run he must have had at the height of that show. Making really good money. You're a star on that show. I mean, talk about being able to walk into a bar and order whatever you want. Holy Toledo. They're all 57 today. Leanne Rimes is 44.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
For the good, we go to Ohio, where River Reach Construction Operating Supervisor Chase Grillo was examining an excavator at a job site. When he heard meows, he found a tiny orange kitten inside the engine bay. There were no other cats around. The construction company and Chase were able to get the cat out. They literally, there's a video of it. They had to take the skid off and they had, because it was down an area, they couldn't get to the cat and the cat couldn't get out. So they did name the cat Sue because it was a Komatsu excavator. So Sue for short is the cat. The video is reasonably cute and give it to Komatsu, the company. They sent a small hard hat and vest to the cat to help it along. The cat is apparently now going to be a shop cat. So good for them. Fun little story. For the bad, we go to L.A., where California Highway Patrol confirmed that a truck lost its pallet on the Highway 105 freeway. The pallet was full of cheese balls, and there were cheese balls all over the roadway. They were Utz cheese balls. Drivers were stopping on the freeway and retrieving undamaged cheese ball containers. I don't like cheese balls. My daughter does. I think that's might be one of the more overrated snacks on the planet. Finally, the ugly, we go to Colorado and Crested Butte, where not only did a bear break into a home, the bear then started a fire. Are you serious? Smokey Bear, you're supposed to know better than that. 2 people were inside the home on August 19th when a bear forced its way through a door and broke into an entryway pane of glass to gain access to the home. Once inside, it knocked over shelving, furniture, window coverings, and it moved into the kitchen, where it tore apart the refrigerator, scattered trash around the kitchen, and broke a dish rack. Apparently, the rack landed on an electric stovetop that somehow was turned on by the bear. It caught fire, filled the home with smoke. Fortunately, no one was injured. But Smokey Bear, you're supposed to put out forest fires, not start them, for the love of God. That is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, August the 28th, 2026, here on Miller and Moulton. And as always, it's brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department, hiring new officers, great pay, overtime, bonuses, other jobs available. You know where to go. CapeCops.com, CapeCops.com. Well, we've got more preseason football tonight for those of you that care. But we've got baseball. The Rays are hosting the Padres. Big series for both teams. This is a good team coming to Tampa. McClanahan on the hill tonight for Tampa Bay. The Marlins, where the hell did they go? Are they not playing? I know they're playing tonight. Everybody plays tonight. There it is. They're in Washington. My apologies. They're in the nation's capital to take on the Nats. Dodgers and Tigers tonight in Detroit. Scooble on the bump for the Dodgers. They're minus 185. Isn't there part of you that thinks, I mean, if there's one game in this series that the Tigers have to win, isn't it tonight? I don't know. I don't know if they will, but there's part of me that wants to play a hunch and take the Tigers tonight. Cubbies and Reds in Wrigley this afternoon. Royals and Guardians in Cleveland. The Mets host the Astros. Big series for Houston. Yankees and Red Sox. Schlittler on the mound for the Yankees. I have to pause before I say that so I say it correctly. It is the name that makes me as nervous as any name that there's ever been in sports. Rangers and Brewers, White Sox and Twins. Big series. Everybody's kind of fallen back of Cleveland for that wild card in the American League. Can the Twins take a couple from Chicago and get themselves back into the race? Pirates and Cardinals. Phillies are out west taking on the Angels. The Orioles in Sacramento to take on the Athletics. And the Diamondbacks continue their series with the Giants. Like I mentioned, there is preseason football tonight. Commanders and Ravens, that's on the NFL Network. Texans and Panthers. Falcons, Dolphins locally. Bucks and Jags locally. Giants, Jets play one another. Bengals and Eagles. Seahawks, Chiefs, Saints, Cowboys. Cardinals, Packers, and Vikings and Broncos. All tonight. 2 games tomorrow. Lions and Colts. Bears and Titans. And then we have finished the preseason portion of the football season. They'll get started here in about an hour at East Lake. Minwoo Lee is your leader. Fired an 8 under 62 yesterday. He's 3 ahead of Hovland, Morikawa, and Chris Gotterup. Oberg and Scheffler at 5 under. Rory 2 under yesterday, for those of you that care. So that's a little bit of what's going on in the sports world. College football tomorrow. Cannot wait. It is the longest off season of any sport. We finally get games and, a couple of meaning. I do think. I do believe that the North Carolina TCU game, TCU's now an 8.5-point favorite for what it's worth. That is a big number to lay for game 1, particularly in a game when they say there's going to be a lot of weather. So I'm betting the under. It's 46.5 now. I got it at 47.5. It's dropped a full point. USC plays tomorrow at 3. That game's on NBC. They're playing San Jose State. They are nearly a 40-point favorite. Virginia, I think that line was 4.5. It's gone down to 4. Virginia, a 4-point favorite over North Carolina State. That one's on the 4-letter network at 3:30 tomorrow. Hawaii and Stanford
is your 7 o'clock game. The Noles are a 31.5-point favorite over New Mexico State. By the way, I wish I had our old producer, John Cassio, right now, because I would ask him to guess the network on that game. I would like all of you quickly to play an old game with us. Guess the network. Florida State, New Mexico State. Where is it, you ask? The CW. Florida State's on the CW. Shouldn't Norvell get fired for that and that alone? What the hell is going on? And Memphis and UNLV, that's a late game on Fox tomorrow night. UNLV a 4-point favorite over Memphis. Florida State 31.5 is the number against New Mexico State. If you're a Florida State fan, I am so confused of what you want. Do you want to win and cover? Do you want to shut them out and look like, hey, maybe we're going to play? Or if they were to win some 17-3 game, would you be like, oh, well, how about we end this now? I mean, obviously, they should win. They should roll. But we will see on the Seminoles. They play tomorrow night, New Mexico State, 7 o'clock game on the CW. Holy Toledo. I don't even know if I get that with YouTube TV. Ah, boy. Have a great weekend, everybody. We'll figure out what the hell we're doing on Monday. We'll have a guest host of some sort. Or a guest co-host, I should say. But we'll crank it back up on Monday. Get ready for the full week of college football, closing in on the NFL season, baseball pennant races and high heat, and the Tour Championship will have ended. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Have a great weekend, everyone.
Buying or selling a home? Put a local expert to work for you. I'm Mark Miller with McWilliams Buckley, and I believe real estate is about more than transactions. It's about helping people make the right move, from pricing your home to negotiating the best deal. I'll be with you every step of the way. Call or text me today, 239-425-5582. That's 239-425-5582. Experience, local knowledge, and a personal difference. That's what I'll bring to the table.
Let's talk the big differences between Floormeisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floormeisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floormeisters backs their installer, so if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floormeister's prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floormeisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floormeisters, just keeping it
Mark
real.
Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best. Be Cape.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller and Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller and Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest. Now try the best. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Seriously, thank you for today, everyone. You guys were great. Really, really appreciate it. Thanks for working with me. It will get better, I promise. Have a great weekend, everybody.